Chapter 001. It's been 3 years, and you still haven't increased your energy at all. Asahi looked at the progress bar that only appeared in his field of vision, and next to the long progress bar showed the current progress of 0/10,000. Asahi struggled to make a progression, but 3 years later, a big zero gave Asahi a slap in the face to reality. Asahi turned around and added a sharp stone to the unfinished word positive on the tree trunk that needed to be hugged by the two of them, and marked 3 years to indicate that 3 years had passed since he crossed into this world. Asahi also doesn't know how he crossed. Obviously the front foot is still playing the most fashionable wolf, and Miyazaki Hidetaka fights wits and courage, and in a blink of an eye he came to a barren forest, but the only thing Asahi can confirm is that his crossing is definitely not accidental. Otherwise, what is the ripple breathing method in his mind and the read celebrity cheats, and what is the progress bar? As long as you can accumulate the progress bar, you may be able to solve the mystery of your own crossing, but after 3 years, you have not found anything about the way to obtain the progress bar, but the ripple breathing method and the read celebrity have a glimpse of the door. It's time to leave. Asahi also felt that it was time to leave the mountain village and go to the outside world. Now he practices ripple qigong and read celebrity cheats, and he can be regarded as self-preservation in this era when people are like ants and their lives are like grass mustard. Asahi lives on the very edge of the mountain village. The villagers who returned from hunting couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Asahi packing their luggage, and their eyes seemed to be looking at a fool. It was winter, the temperature was extremely low, and the beasts in the mountains and forests became fierce due to lack of food, and their lord did not dare to go out of the mountain at this time, even if he was supporting 5 samurai-sama, let alone Asahi seemed to be traveling alone. Especially the cold wind in the mountains and forests is an invisible bone scraper. As a traverser, Asahi does not have much to worry about in this world, and this wrapped jerky plus a wooden knife is all Asahi possessions. There are blacksmiths in this mountain village, but as an outcast outsider, it is undoubtedly not allowed to own a knife. This mountain village is unexpectedly xenophobic, not to mention integrating into the mountain village for 3 years. Asahi does not even have a person who can speak, and letting Asahi live in a mountain village is already the limit of what they can tolerate, so Asahi chose to leave this time without anyone who needed notice, and left silently. Dare to go out alone in the cold winter, Asahi naturally has the corresponding confidence. The ripple breathing method allows him to ignore the cold weather and strengthens Asahi's physical fitness and endurance, which makes no difference in spring, summer, autumn, and winter in Asahi's eyes. Of course, the most dangerous place in the cold winter is still those hungry beasts, but Asahi has not learned nothing about the 3 years of mountain life, and the terrain of the mountain Asahi has long been accustomed to, relying on the physical fitness and endurance far beyond ordinary people. Even if you encounter wolves, Asahi can throw them away. At night, Asahi is awakened by the howling of wolves in the distance. The sound came from a distance, and it was extremely faint when it reached Asahi's ears. Asahi's expression is a little ugly. How can he really encounter wolves? Cold winter, the number of wolves is as many as dozens. Beast brown bears are not dangerous to them, although the sound of wolves in his ears is a little strange. But Asahi's only thought now is to leave here. But just after walking a kilometer, Asahi sensed that something was wrong. The smell of blood fills the air, especially because it is winter. The air is particularly dry, and the senses that have been fully strengthened by ripple qigong allow Asahi to distinguish the smell of human blood from animal blood. It is already extremely close to the edge of the mountain, so it is not surprising that there is human activity. Through the moonlight, Asahi saw a corpse. The corpse had been gnawed beyond recognition, and a human figure could be faintly seen. Because it was winter, the body quickly stiffened, and the wound was well preserved. This tooth mark. Asahi frowned when he looked carefully, not that he was generally attacked by wild beasts as he guessed, and carefully looked at the other wounds of the corpse. Asahi felt a trace of strangeness. This is a human tooth print. The black shadow flashing in front of him aroused Asahi's alertness, and looking around, 3 pairs of wolf pupils were staring at him, enveloping Asahi in a triangle to close the distance little by little, and finally made an attack to stop moving, as if waiting for someone's order. At the same time, there was the sound of footsteps accompanied by something rubbing against the floor in Asahi's ears, getting closer and closer, getting closer and closer. You. What to do to my prey? P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers, new book seedlings need care. Chapter 002. What appeared in front of Asahi was a miserable blue body. Monster. Savage or say ghost. Asahi couldn't help but think of the monster oni that was passed down from mouth to mouth in the mountain villages. Wooden knife. This fierce momentum, I thought it was a person from the ghost killing team, didn't it? Although it has the shape of a human, its appearance is completely incompatible with humans, its mouth goes all the way to the root of its ears, there are no lips, and its 2 rows of teeth are so bare in the air, there is no nose, replaced by beast-like vertical pupils. In the moonlight, Asahi clearly saw that what it was holding in its right hand was person. The friction sound is exactly what it drags people along. It's a shame, I want to taste the ghost slayer. The wolf ghost said but showed a pleasant smile, my name is Wolf Ghost, and this is the name of the ghost master who will taste you next. After speaking, the wolf ghost's vertical pupil suddenly turned red. After the 3 pairs of wolf pupils turned blood red together and approached him, Asahi learned one thing, that is, the wolf ghost's ability as a supernatural ghost. The wolf ghost said just a few words, but it made Asahi have the feeling of clearing the clouds and seeing the world. Legend has it that after the sun goes down, evil ghosts haunt and eat people, and there are also rumors that ghost hunters kill evil ghosts to protect people, and the background of Dong Ying's era, plus the ghost-killing team in the mouth of wolves and ghosts, and there is the existence of wolf ghosts all hints at Asahi what kind of world he has crossed into. Ghost Slayer's Blade. This is a manga that I was chasing before Asahi crossed over. The emergence of Ripple Kigong is indeed not accidental. Asahi's breathing became rapid, his heart beat faster, his blood flow accelerated, and his whole body became excited. In the world of Ghost Slayer's Blade, there are monsters called ghosts, which are transformed by humans, hostile to humans, feed on humans, and completely surpass humans from the level of life, and among the ghosts, there are ghosts called supernatural ghosts, which manipulate the power called blood ghost art and can use various incredible tricks. For example, the wolf ghost, its blood ghost technique is probably to manipulate the wolf. Their only weakness is sunlight. Just like the former opponent of Ripple Kigong, the man of the pillar and the vampire. It was right to leave the mountain village. Maybe it's the restlessness and adventure factor in his bones, or maybe he can finally show what he has learned, or in order to explore the mystery of the progress bar, Asahi decided to cut off the ghost in front of him under the knife. If you want to eat me, then you have to see if you have that strength. Asahi has a fearless appearance that makes the wolf ghost feel funny. In its eyes, this is completely futile resistance. Just that wooden knife in your hand. The wolf ghost has not seen such an interesting human for a long time, and if Asahi has a Nikki knife in his hand, maybe the wolf ghost will have to weigh it, because it is a weapon that can really kill it. But the wolf ghost looked at it again and again with its 3 eyes, and what Asahi had in his hand was just a wooden knife, an ordinary wooden knife. This is the common human ignorance. The wolf ghost issued an order to attack the wolf under its control. Although it's just a wooden knife, it's enough to cut off your head. Asahi did not mean to fight with the wolf, but went straight to the wolf ghost. Under the outbreak of the ripple breathing method, just in the blink of an eye, Asahi had already crossed a distance of 3 meters to the wolf ghost, and the wooden knife transmitting ripple energy was aimed at the neck of the wolf ghost. The ripple energy has the effect of sunlight, and this is where Asahi's confidence lies. Asahi didn't know that the ghost had extremely high physical fitness and strong vitality, but under the ripple energy of the effect equivalent to the sun's rays, everything turned so pale and weak. The wolf ghost did not dodge, did not make any defense, and even took the initiative to hit the knife, and its eyes seemed to have seen the wooden knife break Asahi in disbelief. This feeling of pushing others into the abyss of despair with your own hands is really the coolest. However, the moment the wooden knife made contact with the skin, the wolf ghost knew that he was wrong, and with a burning pain, the scenery in the wolf ghost's field of vision swirled. After a moment of stunned, the wolf ghost saw his headless body, and its head was cut off. But immediately the wolf ghost must be sure that it is a ghost, even if it is beheaded. What if it is cut off, and it is not the Nikki knife of the ghost-killing team? What caught the eyes of the wolf ghost was the scene of his body turning into ashes and leaving with the wind. Thank you for your cooperation. After the body turned into ashes, there was Asahi's smiling expression, and the wolf ghost's eyes widened, thinking that he had taken the initiative to send his neck to the Asahi knife, and he couldn't help but feel extremely aggrieved. Before it could become the 12 Ghost Moon, it died in the hands of a nobody, and with unwillingness and anger, the head of the wolf ghost turned into ashes and dissipated. As soon as the wolf ghost died, the wolf it manipulated also fell to the ground as if it had lost all its strength in an instant. Asahi's gaze fell fiercely on the 50/10,000 progress bar that only he could see. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips. Chapter 003. After confirming that the ghost killer can increase the progress bar, Asahi feels that the first thing he should do is to join the ghost killing team. Whether it is the breathing method or the Nikawa knife, it is something that can only be obtained by joining the ghost killing team. Asahi doesn't swell by killing the supernatural ghost, he just hit the other party by surprise, which easily killed him. The breathing effect of the Ghost Slayer blade is more on top of the body strengthening, so that humans also have power comparable to ghosts. This is an advantage that ripples do not have. There is also the Nikki knife, which is a weapon for killing ghosts, and joining the ghost killing team can also hunt ghosts with the help of the ghost killing team's intelligence network, which is beneficial to Asahi and harmless. And how to enter the ghost killing team is also a problem for Asahi, who has read the original Asahi very well that there are only a few hundred official members of the ghost killing team, and as an outside organization, it is difficult to find traces. However, there is the intersection of ghosts, and sooner or later it will be encountered. The wolves controlled by the wolf ghost are already dead, and Asahi unceremoniously peels off their fur, buries the person killed by the wolf ghost, and continues to drive out of the mountain. The corpse of the wolf ghost turned into ashes with its death, leaving no trace, which is the end of the ghost. The town outside the mountain is called Oyama Castle, and merchants from all over the country often come to buy mountain goods and wild animal skins close to the mountain, and after selling the 3 wolf skins in his hand, Asahi began to use these merchants to fight on suspected ghost incidents, and learned about the disappearance of the woman from the caravan from the north of Oyama Castle. Asahi successfully hitched a ride as an escort and followed them towards Nara. Taking the initiative will have a chance to intersect with the ghost killer team. At dusk, the caravan stopped and camped. Asahi was in charge of guarding the second half of the night. Accompanied by the crackling of the fire, Asahi leans under the tree and uses the ripple breathing method to exercise his ripples. Asahi-sama, it's a shift change. Asahi was one of the caravanserai's guards, and it was by fighting him that Asahi was able to enter the caravan. The guard carefully adjusted the tone of his speech to Asahi, and Asahi reads word for word left such an impression on him that it took him a lot of courage to stand in front of Asahi. A wooden knife, 1 move and 1 word / smashed his confidence and pride to pieces. Is there any strange movement? Asahi asked. Night belongs to the realm of ghosts. Why the caravan would camp early to rest was also afraid that the movement of the road would cause unnecessary trouble. Nope. The guard quickly shook his head, for fear of causing Asahi to be unhappy. A good night. Crossing the mountain in front of you is Nara. Seeing that he was about to return to Nara, the consul of the caravan also breathed a sigh of relief, but as it grew dark, he did not dare to take the caravan into the mountains. Although it is not much distance from Nara, Asahi still found a comfortable place to rest within a certain distance of the caravan as always, preparing for the vigil. Ah! A scream woke Asahi up, and the sound was so poignant that it cast a shadow over the entire caravan. What happened? Everyone in the caravan was awakened and then saw the caravan consul rushing to run over. The corpse. Corpses, there are corpses by the river. The caravan consul was obviously frightened. He had just taken off his pants and was about to export to the river, when he suddenly found a black shadow floating down from upstream. The cold winter moon was clear, and he could see the black shadow clearly. A corpse with blurred flesh and blood. The body got stuck on the bank of the river approaching the caravan consul, just enough for the caravan consul to meet the corpse's eyes without a single eyeball. In this era, it was common for corpses to appear in the wild, but in contact with the caravan consul's description of the corpse, the nature was different. It's a ghost. The caravan consul obviously knew about the existence of ghosts, so he was particularly alarmed and did not know what to do. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 004. It scared me to death. It turned out to be just a corpse. I thought I met a thief. The tension that shrouded the caravan dissipated, and the caravan consul's face stiffened, not daring to say his guess. However, when counting the number of people, the caravan consul found that Asahi was missing. Did Asahi guess something and ran straight away? No matter what reason Asahi did not say goodbye, the caravan consul would not delay the trip because Asahi was alone, and now, he just wanted to get as far away from the mountain as possible. Asahi touched the river in the direction of the caravanserai's escape and also found the body stuck on the river bank. Seeing the appearance of the corpse, Asahi also understood why the caravan consul was scared like that. The bare upper body on the river bank is full of gnawing marks, potholes, and blurred flesh and blood, especially the face with hideousness and fear, which makes people feel cold in the bottom of their hearts. The wounds of the corpse were still fresh, and Asahi did not care about burying the body, and followed the river all the way. On the left bank of the upper reaches of the river, there is a courtyard with bright lights inside, and if you remove the blood stains on the paper door, this is an ordinary household. And under the blood stains of the paper door, through the firelight, a person's figure can be faintly seen, and there is a faint cry. Asahi directly kicked through the paper door and rushed in. The whole room was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. The tatami mats were stained red with blood except for the corner. In the corner, a pair of sisters snuggled up to each other. The sister held her sister in her arms, and the younger sister cried out of fear. It is their mother who the ghosts are eating at them. The accidental intruder made the ghost freeze. Compared to the wolf ghost he encountered before, the ghost in front of Asahi was no different from ordinary humans except for his skin being different from ordinary people. After reacting, the ghost rushed towards Asahi. Asahi did not dodge or dodge. The wooden knife stabbed straight away, and the moment the tip of the knife touched the ghost, the ripples rushed away. The ripples transmitted through the wooden knife bloomed a deep red like flames, making the ghost seem to burn. The ripples did indeed pass to the ghost's body, but the wooden knife that bore the ghost's weight was also broken in two. Asahi turned sideways, and the ghost threw himself directly into the courtyard, turning into ashes in a scream. With this blow, Asahi used up nearly half of the ripple energy. This ghost only contributed 10 points of progress. Looks like it's just an ordinary ghost. Asahi thought about it. Killing the supernatural ghost increased by 50 progress, then the ghost who only contributed 10 points of progress can only be an ordinary ghost. 10,000 progress bars. It's a long way off. However, Asahi is not pessimistic, and among the ghosts there is also an organization called the 12 Oni Moon, which are the direct subordinates of the original ghosts, the superior ghosts among the ghosts, and Asahi believes that they can provide themselves with extremely impressive progress. The premise is that Asahi can acquire the power to defeat them. Asahi is still self-aware. There is no breathing method. Relying on ripples alone can only abuse ordinary ghosts, although ripples are strong, but Asahi's physical fitness limits the play of ripples. Only in hand-to-hand combat, ripples can be of maximum use, even if the body strengthened by ripples is still far from ghosts. Solved the ghost, Asahi looked at the two sisters in the corner. At the first sight of them, Asahi thought they were a little familiar, but he didn't have time to think about it at the time. It's all right, the ghost has been killed by me. Asahi walked up to the two sisters, feeling more and more familiar, their faces and the butterfly hair ornament on their heads. What's your name? Butterflies. Butterfly Kane, this is my sister Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu. Now Asahi understood where his familiarity with them came from. The latter Butterfly Shinobu is one of the insect pillars of the Ghost Slayer team that appears in this chapter of the Ghost Slayer Blade story, and the former Butterfly Kane is also one of the 9 pillars. But a predecessor. He actually traveled to before the story of the Ghost Slayer Blade began. P.S. There is something today, there may be only one more, and there will be one more when I come back early in the evening. Chapter 005. The 12 ghost moons are directly belonging to the original ghosts, the ghosts standing on the top of the ghosts, and the pillars are also directly belonging to the 9 swordsmen who directly belong to the ghost killing team and stand at the top of the ghost killing team. To become a pillar, not only requires effort, but more importantly, talent, and the Butterfly sisters have the talent to become a pillar. Butterfly Shinobu created the breath of the worm with the breath of flowers and became a pillar of insects, and Butterfly Kane died before the start of the main chapter of the Demon Slayer Blade, and the name of the pillar she held was not revealed, but according to the method of naming the name of the column, Butterfly Kane used the breath of flowers, so it should have inherited the name of the pillar. Asahi did not leave immediately, not only because of Butterfly Kane's request, but also because he thought of the reason why the Butterfly sisters joined the ghost killer team. Stay, maybe you can meet the ghost killing team. Father. Their father, in order to protect them in the yard to fight with the ghost, was brutally killed by the ghost, but the Butterfly Kane did not find her father's body in the courtyard, and the Butterfly Shinobu followed the blood trail to the river, and bit her lip and gently stopped the Butterfly Shinobu in her arms. As a sister, she must not show her indisputable side in front of her sister. Abominable ghosts. The butterfly's tear-stained face revealed endless hatred, and the thought of killing them all lingered in his mind. Asahi thought of the corpse downstream of the river. I saw a corpse downstream of the river, presumably, that is your father. Asahi said, leading the two to the bank of the river where he saw the body. The body was frozen and completely glued to the riverbank, although it was unrecognizable, but Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane recognized him through the earrings. Butterfly Kane silently clenched her fists to not look over her head to be sad, although she had been suppressing herself and not letting Butterfly Shinobu see her crying, but still left tears. Butterfly couldn't accept his father's tragic situation, and fell limply to the ground and lost consciousness. Endure! Butterfly Kane exclaimed, quickly stepped forward to catch Butterfly Shinobu. The two sisters are from a medical family proficient in pharmacology. Butterfly Kane also quickly confirmed that Butterfly Shinobu is just too sad. Now only their two sisters are left to rely on each other. If anything happens to Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane does not know what to do in the future. Endure. No problem. Asahi asked. This kid is too tired and needs to rest. Butterfly Kane said with pity, and also breathed a long sigh of relief. Returning to the courtyard with the corpse, he found that next to the body of the mother of the butterfly sister Kane, there was a monk with a vermilion rosary and a long scar on his forehead. I, come one step late. When the monks saw the butterfly Kane's father's gnawed body, they couldn't help but show a sad and sympathetic look. A string of vermilion rosaries around his neck, a striking scar on his forehead, and a note with Nan no Amitabha Buddha on his clothes all tell Asahi the true identity of the monk in front of him. One of the 9 pillars of the ghost-killing team, the rock pillar is sad. In the original Ghost Slayer Blade, he is known as the strongest pillar. Ghost, have you left, or do you say? Sorrowful Yuzingyo shifted his gaze to Asahi, was it beheaded by you? Through the clues at the scene, he came to the conclusion that the ghost was killed, and among the 3 Asahi people, the person who was most likely to kill the ghost in his eyes was Asahi. It's not that he underestimates Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu because of their gender, but sorrowful Yu Yuzu can determine at the first glance of Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu that they are just ordinary girls. And Asahi is clearly well exercised. However, the wooden knife in Asahi raised a lot of doubts. Sorrowful Yuxing revealed his left hand hidden in his long sleeve, and what he was holding in his hand was the half-cut wooden knife that Asahi had broken, half of which was stained red with blood, apparently piercing the ghost's body. Killed a ghost with just a wooden knife? Sorrowful Yuxing felt strange about his own speculation, but all the clues on the scene pointed to this conjecture. Chop, with this knife. Asahi aims to join the ghost-killing team, and naturally will not hide his achievements in front of the 9 strongest swordsmen of the ghost-killing team. P.S. Let's talk about the update time, afternoon and evening updates. Chapter 006. Wooden Knife. Sorrowful Song Yu walked the underworld. Wooden Knife. Asahi rode. I can testify that Asahi did kill the Oni with a wooden knife. Butterfly Kane whispered, walking to Asahi's side. It seemed that only in this way could she feel a sense of security. The monks who were dressed up too maverickly, and the scar on their forehead made Butterfly Kane, who had just experienced hellish experiences, a little alarmed. Wonderful. Sorrowful Yuxing sighed, became very interested in Asahi, turned to face the Butterfly Kane with sadness, and the butterfly with a painful expression in the coma couldn't help but sigh. There is no Amitabha Buddha in the south, there is no Amitabha Buddha in the south. Let me go above and beyond for them. Sorrowful Song Yu walked the underworld. Butterfly Kane buried her parents in the courtyard, and mournfully recited the transcendent scripture with her hands folded. The butterfly woke up, opened her eyes and saw 2 graves, saw her sister kneeling in front of the grave and understood something, fell silent for a while and sobbed alone in the corner. After reading the scripture, sorrowful Yuxing's godless eyes looked at Asahi. You have the talent to kill ghosts, do you want to join the ghost-killing team? Ghost Killer Team. Butterfly Shinobu raised his head and stared at the sorrowful Yuxing, thinking of the legend of the ghost and the ghost hunter. You're a ghost hunter. Butterfly Shinobu had a hint of hope in her eyes. That's right, our ghost-killing team is a ghost hunter organization circulating among the people. Sorrowful Song Yu walked the underworld. Let me join. At the moment of receiving the confirmation of Sorrowful Yu, Butterfly Shinobu shouted. Me too. Butterfly Kane replied, her eyes firm, in order not to let the tragedy that happened to us repeat. Decided. Sorrowful Yuxing said, this is an Azura road, and the slightest mistake will lead to falling into the netherworld. Decided. Butterfly Kane walked over to Butterfly Shinobu and squeezed her little hand. From the firm tone of Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane, Sorrow Mingyu heard their beliefs. What about you? Sorrowful Yuxing said to Asahi, if you don't want to, I won't force you. I'm going to join. Even if he is one of the 9 pillars, he has no right to let people directly join the ghost-killing team. If you want to join the ghost-killing team, you must pass the final assessment of the ghost-killing team and successfully survive, which is a necessary condition for joining the ghost-killing team. What Sorrowful Yu can do is to recommend the 3 Asahi to the Ghost Killer Team Cultivator, and then the Cultivator will recommend them to participate in the final assessment. Those who can become cultivators are all elites of the ghost-killing team, but even so, the final pass rate of the ghost-killing team is not 1 in 10. This is also why the number of ghost-killing teams has been maintained at about 100 people, not because the ghost-killing team does not have the ability to provide too many swordsmen, but because the final assessment brushes too many people. Therefore, the sorrowful Yuxing only gave the opportunity to join the ghost-killing team, and whether he can seize this opportunity depends on the individual. If he could, he would like Asahi to be his successor and recommend Asahi to the previous generation of rock pillars. However, thinking of his agreement with the previous generation of Lei Zhu, he had to endure the pain of cutting his love and let Asahi go to find the previous generation of Lei Zhu with his own recommendation letter. Since the abdication of the previous generation of Lei Zhi breath has not been able to take on the great air, so that the name of Lei Zhu has been vacant. The breath of rock, the breath of wind, the breath of thunder, the breath of flame, and the breath of water, these 5 major breathing schools are called basic breathing, and other breaths similar to the flower breath that butterfly Kane will learn belong to the genre extended from the basic breathing school. For example, the breath of flowers is born from the breath of water. These 5 basic genres can be said to be the signature of the ghost-killing team, and now, the Thunder Pillar is missing, and everyone hopes that there will be an heir to the Thunder Breath genre who can inherit the name of the Thunder Pillar, and the breath of thunder is not divided into high and low, but the breath of thunder as the 5 basic breaths has extremely deep significance for the ghost-killing team. No matter what method Asahi uses to kill the ghost, as long as Asahi uses a wooden knife, this is enough, and this is the embodiment of potential. P.S. Join the ghost-killing team, the plot officially unfolds, ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 007. After Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu packed their bags, it was already dawn. Instead of immediately taking the 3 of Asahi to the ghost-killing team, he came to Nara Castle. Asahi probably guessed that the reason why Sorrowful Yuyu came to Nara Castle was because of the disappearance of a woman suspected of being a ghost. Asahi has no idea about the ghosts lurking in Nara Castle, and he is a little overwhelmed by snatching prey with the strongest rock pillars. Early the next morning, Sorrowful Yuki left Nara Castle with the 3 of Asahi and the 3, and it seemed that the ghosts in the city had been solved by him. This can be proved by a pool of blood on the cuff of Sorrowful using you. I hope the next time I see you is in the Ghost Killer Squad. Sorrowful Yuyu silently recited Nan no Amitabha Buddha and handed the letter of recommendation to Asahi. Because Asahi has a record of killing ghosts alone, he directly handed Asahi a letter of recommendation, and asked Asahi to go to Momoyama alone to find the reclusive ghost-killing team cultivator, the former generation of Lei Zhu Zenji. And the existence of Asahi and the Sorrowful Yuyu Xingyu have already told Momoyama's predecessor Thunder Pillar through the crow yesterday. Sister Kane Butterfly followed him temporarily, followed him to the ghost killer team, and then handed it over to the appropriate breeder. See you in the ghost killer team, Asahi said confidently, and then looked at Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu. Again, I hope that the next time I see you, it will be in the ghost killing team. I don't know which first-class breathing method I will practice, and Asahi is also faintly looking forward to it. Definitely. The butterfly ninja said positively, and gripped the broken blade of the Asahi wooden knife. The blood-stained tip of the knife was restored to its original appearance by the sun, and it was Asahi as a farewell gift to the sisters of the Butterfly Kane. Butterfly Shinobu is the blade body, and Butterfly Kane is the hilt. Shinobu should try to grow long hair. I think Shinobu will be more cute if he has long hair. Asahi smiled and said, don't always put on a straight face, look serious, and smile. Compared to the serious and unsmiling Butterfly Shinobu, Asahi still prefers the Butterfly Shinobu who always has long hair and always has a gentle smile. Perhaps, we will join the ghost-killing team before Asahi-sama. Butterfly Kane joked. How about we make a bet? Asahi said. What to bet? It's me or your sisters who join the ghost killer team first. Asahi said, if I join the ghost killing team first, you 2 sisters will contract me for 3 meals a day. So what if Asahi-sama loses? Butterfly Kane was not convinced. I lost 3 meals a day for your 2 sisters, and I contracted it. In a word. In a word. In addition to a letter of recommendation and enough entanglements, he gave Asahi a map and mapped out the route from Nara to Momoyama. Asahi practiced all the way forward, and on the 3rd day, Asahi keenly felt the feeling of peeping. Without startling the snakes, Asahi quietly bought a knife in the village he passed by with most of the coils, and continued on the road with the knife. However, after entering the village, the peeping feeling that had been lingering disappeared until Asahi left the village. Asahi did not take it lightly, and was vigilant while familiarizing himself with the weight of the new knife. Until the sixth day, Asahi, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up. Every cell in the body emitted a sense of danger, a heavy feeling deep in the throat, and breathing became difficult. It was still that familiar sense of voyeurism, but unlike before, there was an indescribable breath mixed in with it. If you want Asahi to describe it, killing intent. Asahi is in an abandoned temple, and moonlight pours through a gap in the roof, revealing a figure in the corner of the temple. It was he who had been following Asahi and showed a hint of killing intent. The vigilance is not bad. The small figure came out with a hoarse and thick voice, like an old man. As soon as the words fell, he was like a thunderbolt streaking through the air, and the knife in his hand reflected yellow light in the moonlight. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 008. It was as fast as thunder, but in an instant it narrowed the distance between him and Asahi. Read Celebrity Carp. This is a move that can quickly pursue after bouncing off the opponent's attack, and Asahi concentrates his spirit to the extreme, and the ripples in the body are transmitted to the whole body between breaths. Bell. A crisp sound of striking iron echoed through the temple with sparks, but the small figure burst out with a force that Asahi could not resist, so that Asahi was unable to pursue after successfully flicking the knife. The hand is numb, the knife is almost out of the hand, and the gap in strength is too great for skill to make up for the gap. Read name slashed in one word. Asahi used all the strength he used, adjusted his posture and slashed forward, and the man did not dodge, slashed hard with a horizontal knife, used the force to distance himself from Asahi, and then quickly jumped to the beam, threw down a note, and disappeared from Asahi's field of vision at a speed that was difficult for Asahi to capture. The biting chill that wrapped around Asahi dissipated, and Asahi squatted on the ground regardless of the image, greedily breathing the air, sweat leaking out like an open gate, soaking his clothes. The yellow blade body is undoubtedly a Nikawa knife that only members of the ghost-killing team can hold. Thinking of the purpose of his trip, Asahi also guessed the identity of the man, the cultivator of the ghost-killing team. The Nikawa knife is also known as the color-changing knife because it changes color according to the owner, and to some extent, the color of the blade can also reflect some of the characteristics of its owner. Like what? The user of Thunder Breath, the Nikki knife is yellow. He didn't tell Asahi who was in charge of Asahi's training, so Asahi would expect to learn which genre of breath he would learn. Arrive at Momoyama before breakfast. The note reads a trial of Asahi. Now it is confirmed that the person is the identity of the cultivator of the ghost-killing team. Naturally, it is impossible to reach Momoyama before dawn, but the biggest advantage of Chaoyang is the endurance brought by the ripple breathing method. Proceeding at full speed along the path leading to Momoyama, Asahi constantly adjusts his breathing to minimize physical exertion. 2 hours later, the majestic Momoyama showed a gloomy figure. Close. Asahi sped towards Momoyama with a bang, and soon passed through a village, and according to the markings on the map of the sorrowful Sanjayu Island, the cultivator's place was even deeper in Momoyama. 3 years of mountain experience allowed Asahi to cope with all terrain, and the rugged mountain road did not hinder Asahi or even slow Asahi forward, and because the mountain was full of hunter traps, Asahi had long been accustomed to it, and the traps set by the cultivator could not pit Asahi. Just as the first rays of dawn fell on the earth, Asahi succeeded in coming to a wooden house. Rao is with ripple breathing to adjust breathing to reduce physical exertion. Asahi also consumes most of his physical strength. After stopping, every cell of the body has a sour and soft feeling. If not, Asahi is still trying to stabilize his breathing. I am afraid that he would have been paralyzed. Is it coming? It was a little earlier than I expected. The sound came not from the house, but from above. Asahi looked up and saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the branch of an ancient tree. It coincides perfectly with the man who attacked him at night. My name is Good Master, and I am the teacher who wants to train you to become a qualified swordsman." In the blink of an eye of the morning sun, the figure of the good master disappeared from the branch, and before the morning sun could react, the voice of the good master sounded behind him with the sound of the door pulling. "Run all the way, you are hungry for a long time, let's eat breakfast first. Practice, but you can't go hungry. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers." Chapter 009. Asahi hasn't had a good meal since Nara Castle and Tsugumi Yuki separated, and although it was just an ordinary breakfast, it was better for Asahi than the delicacies of the mountains and the sea. The good master also seemed to have anticipated Asahi's appetite and cooked a large cauldron. Good. Almost all the pot of rice went into Asahi's stomach, and the good teacher's eyebrows danced, and the more he looked at Asahi, the more he liked it. A strong body is the most important thing. That kid from Sorrowful You still has a little conscience, and he handed over such a good seedling to him, not in vain some of the care he took for him in the early years. As early as a week ago, the good master received a letter from the crow from the Sorrowful Island and learned of the existence of Asahi. Killing ghosts with a wooden knife certainly surprised him, making him think that before joining the ghost-killing team, he also hammered a ghost to death with a pair of fists. And now, Sorrowful Using You is already one of the 9 pillars of the ghost-killing team. After quitting the ghost-killer team, he has been looking for a qualified successor, and even pulled down his old face to entrust other pillars to help him keep an eye on the seedlings. Over the years, he has also added new blood to the ghost-killer team, but none of them have the potential to become pillars, which really makes him a little nerve-wracking. Before he died, he did not cultivate a thunder pillar, and he did not have the face to see his master. The good master followed Asahi all the way, and also had a very high opinion of Asahi, especially the brief collision last night. Asahi showed exquisite skills shocked him. That posture, I don't know what school of swordsmanship. Eat more, eat more. The good teacher shook his mustache and smiled like a child. For a good teacher, a disciple is like his own child. This was the first time Asahi had eaten so full since crossing into the Demon Slayer Blade world. Let's rest today. Although the good master is strict with his disciples, he can also distinguish between the heavy and the serious, and the physical fatigue can quickly recover, but the mental fatigue is not so simple. Yes. Asahi replied. To be honest, Asahi really can't imagine how terrifying the power of the good teacher in his heyday will be. Even if his body has grown old and shrunk, it makes Asahi feel like wrestling with an adult wild boar. Moreover, Asahi has reason to believe that the power he experienced last night is only the tip of the iceberg of the good teacher. After the instruction, as if he felt that he was not serious enough as a teacher, the good teacher cleared his throat and deliberately lowered his voice, "But be prepared for hellish tomorrow. As long as I can kill ghosts and train in hell, I will not admit defeat." No matter what the good master made up, Asahi really made up his mind. It's this momentum, I'm looking forward to your performance. The good teacher nodded in satisfaction. In contact with the good teacher, Asahi felt the gap between himself and the ghost even more, and now Asahi is like an ordinary person with a divine weapon, although he has a divine weapon, but he cannot exert its full power. The number of ghosts is not as large as expected, and only the original ghosts can create ghosts, so it is unrealistic to use ordinary ghosts to fill the progress bar, and the same is true of supernatural ghosts, so in Asahi's opinion, the threshold that must be stepped on to fill the progress bar 12 ghost moons. The 12 ghost moon is not an opponent that can be easily defeated, and it is precisely because he knows the plot that Asahi knows more clearly how terrifying the 12 ghost moon is. The 12 ghost moons are divided into upper and lower strings, with the upper chord 1 to 6 and the lower chord 1 to 6. Numbers are not only a symbol of status, but also a proof of strength. The lower string aside, the strength of each ghost on the upper string can be called a monster, of which the upper string 3 is a dividing line. The lineup of the lower string has changed for hundreds of years, I don't know how many times, was attacked by the ghost killing team, only the upper string, in the confrontation with the ghost-killing team again and again, has not fallen. Each upper string has the blood of at least one column on his hand. If you want to fight this monster, for this, Asahi must become stronger. Not to mention, the ghosts who made them claim to be the original ghosts closest to perfect creatures. The upper winding in the 12 ghost moons is a monster, and the original ghost is a monster among monsters. If you want to defeat the original ghost, Asahi can only sweat more and become stronger. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers, and ask readers to take care of the new book seedlings. Chapter 010. In the next 6 months, Asahi finally understood what the so-called hellish practice was. Jump with a frog, let Asahi fight an underwater crocodile, meditate under a waterfall, and be wary of a surprise attack by a good teacher every night. It is precisely because of the endurance shown by Asahi using the ripple breathing method that the good master has developed such a cruel practice, testing it on the edge of Asahi's endurance. Half a year later, after laying a solid foundation for Asahi, the good master finally taught the breathing method he practiced, the breath of thunder. What's wrong? I'm not very happy. The good master's eyebrows fluttered and introduced Lei Ji's breath, but he saw Asahi frowning tightly. Could it be? Don't like it? Speaking of this, the good teacher was about to cry, and he felt abandoned by his own child. No, just thought of something else. Asahi quickly waved his hand and broke away from the memories. The breath of thunder, the identity of the good master is also clear at a glance, the previous generation of thunder pillars. That's good. The good master patted his chest reassuringly, pulled out his Nikawa knife and began to teach the breath of Asahi thunder. The first is the secret of breathing. The basic of the breathing method is fully concentrated breathing, that is, through the unique breathing method to accelerate the blood flow rate and heart rate, so that the blood vessels expand, the amount of oxygen increases, and then achieve the strength of the devil, and then cooperate with different combat methods to use different sword techniques to fight the evil spirit. The characteristic of thunder's breath is to focus consciousness on the feet first, pour power into it, accumulate and then erupt to achieve thunderous speed. Frog jumping increases foot strength, underwater combat increases control of the body's center of gravity, and meditation under the waterfall is meant to make it easier for Asahi to enter a fully concentrated breathing state. Everything, for the upcoming breath of thunder. This is Thunder Breath 1 type Thunderbolt Flash. The good master put the knife into its sheath, lowered his body, and explained the characteristics of the Ichino type. Oh, this is Breath of Thunder. There are a total of 6 types of sword techniques that match Thunder Breath, and the 1 type is the original and most basic sword technique, so the good master explained it very clearly, and handed over his experience to Asahi, all the experience of his predecessors. In an instant, the Nikki knife cut through the air, leaving a yellow afterimage, like thunder and lightning. The sound of breaking the air is also like a thunderbolt shocking roar. In the eyes of Asahi, only a yellow lightning remains, and the good master has already been 10 meters away. The separated air rolled up the earth debris to spread to both sides. The strong air pressure made Asahi breathless for a while. Asahi opened his eyes with difficulty under the wind, and saw 10 meters away. A peach-shaped boulder in front of the good master was blasted open into a circular hollow. The hollow was still steaming, distorting the air. The good master proudly put away the Nikwe saber, and in order to make Asahi confident in the breath of thunder, he brought out his strong strength as a thunder pillar. Even though it is only the most basic thunder type, it can burst out with unparalleled power. Practice well, and one day you will be able to reach this level. The good master walked to Asahi and patted Asahi on the shoulder and said seriously, seeing Asahi showing shock, he also breathed a long sigh of relief, and gave birth to some small pride. Asahi nodded, already eager to practice the breath of thunder. As the basic sword technique of thunder breath, the 1 type is slightly simpler than the other 5 types that also belong to thunder breath, but as long as it is carefully studied, it is not impossible to reach or even surpass the other 5 types. Just like my wife Shanyi in the original work of the Ghost Slayer Blade, my wife Shanyi, as the heir of Thunder Breath, can only use one move to base the one type, but he has developed a sword technique that is not weaker than the other 5 types on the basis of the one type. The next thing Asahi has to do is to let the body remember the breath of thunder, let the breath of thunder be engraved into the deepest part of his bones, and finally let the breath of thunder become an instinct of his own, using it all the time. Although, this may take quite a bit of time. To become a column and let the effects of breathing stay in the body is a basic course. Asahi thought that practicing thunder breath after getting used to the ripple breathing method would hinder him, but the truth was that Asahi did not feel any discomfort when practicing thunder breath, and even felt like a fish in water. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 011. Asahi didn't even think much about it. The ripple breath and the thunder breath naturally coincided and complemented each other. In the blink of an eye, another half a year, under the individual training of the good teacher, Asahi finally turned the breath of thunder into a part of his body and took the first step to become a pillar. The thunder type has also been mastered, and according to the good teacher, Asahi already has enough strength to participate in the final selection. However, this year's final selection slipped through Asahi's training, and Asahi can only wait for the final selection next May. I don't know what happened to Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu. In his spare time, Asahi couldn't help but think of them. In private, Asahi also asked Senshi to inquire about the news of Butterfly Kane and the Butterfly Shinobu sisters, and under the mocking eyes of Senshi, Asahi also blushed a little. Although in the original work of Demon Slayer Blade, Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu are the cultivation of flower breath, but after he intervenes, who knows what will become, so Asahi did not let the good master go directly to the cultivator of Hana breath, but only told him the name of the Butterfly Kane sister. It just so happened that the good teacher had something to go to the headquarters of the ghost killing squad, and did not shirk this matter, but was curious about what the girl who made Asahi obsessed was like. The good teacher has nothing to teach Chao Yang, so he also allows Chao Yang to practice on his own for next year's final assessment. Good teacher, why did you come to the headquarters? The contemporary Yanzu Purgatory Maki Toshiro came out to greet the good teacher. As the previous generation of Thunder Pillar, the good master is still extremely prestigious in the ghost killing team. Why, isn't welcome? The good master glanced at Purgatory Maki Xiaolang, and his tone was not polite at all. How is it possible? Purgatory Maki Xiaoro quickly waved his hand and shrugged helplessly. For this old-timer, he loves and fears. He was trained by the pillar when he first joined the ghost killing team, and the impression left on him by the good master is still very impressive. Good master, aren't you cultivating disciples in Momoyama? How is there time for the ghost killing team? Purgatory Maki Toshiro heard about it from sorrowful Yu Xingyu, and he introduced a good seedling to the good teacher. A bit of a personal matter to deal with. The good teacher said. Then I won't bother you. Purgatory Maki Toshiro said. No. The good master called out to Purgatory Maki Soro, Butterfly. What are the butterflies? Just wanted to ask Purgatory Maki Toshiro where the Butterfly Kane sisters went. Senshi was embarrassed to find that he had forgotten his name, and he couldn't remember it when he was old, and he knew that he would let Asahi write him a note on it. Butterflies. Purgatory Maki Shulang's expression was a little inexplicable, and then suddenly realized, is the good master talking about the 2 sisters brought back by that kid from Sorrowful Minjiu? I remember that my sister is called Butterfly Kane, and my sister is Butterfly Shinobu. That's right, that's them. The good teacher nodded. Where did the 2 sisters go? It's not clear about this, but if the good master is not in a hurry to leave, I can help you ask that kid from Sorrowful Yu. Wrong. Purgatory Maki Xiaoro's expression suddenly became serious. Don't care where their sisters have gone, I was planning to contact you with the crow. Ghost? The good teacher asked. Purgatory Maki Xiaoro nodded heavily. According to the hidden report, it is suspected that a ghost has entered the Momoyama realm, and I was about to inform you to investigate, but I didn't expect to meet you in the ghost killing team. The ghost killing team and the ghost fight so far are naturally not alone. Hidden is the ghost killing team's post-processing and intelligence transmission organization, is an indispensable part of the ghost killing team, the eyes of the ghost killing team. Because of the hidden collected intelligence, the ghost killing team can kill the ghost before it causes greater damage. Well, that's fine. The good teacher said, I will stay at the headquarters for a day, remember to help me ask where the sister went. After speaking, the good master glanced at Purgatory Maki Xiaolang, saw his shocked expression and smiled, with my disciple here, no problem. If a genius who can kill ghosts with a wooden knife, indeed. Purgatory Maki Toshiro thought of how he had trained under the good master, and couldn't help but wonder what kind of diamond the good master polished into in a year. P.S. Explosion starts tomorrow. Chapter 012. Asahi. Flying in from the window and landing on Asahi's shoulders, the raven is a talking crow specially bred by the ghost killer team and a messenger for the mission. Asahi never imagined that he who had not yet entered the ghost killing team would have the honor of accepting the task through the crow. This crow seems to be the one of the good master. A ghost has infiltrated Momoyama, found it, and killed it with your fangs of thunder breath. 3 days have passed since the good master left, and it seems that the good master has already arrived at the ghost killing team. This task should have fallen to the good master, because the good master arrived at the headquarters of the ghost killing team before passing the task, so he could only give it to himself. Exactly, just use that ghost to verify my 1-year practice. Asahi does not have the anxiety of the first mission, some just hope that the other party is not too weak. If it is an ordinary ghost then it is too boring. Of course, do not be the winding of the 12 ghost moons, that is the opponent that Asahi cannot cope with at all now. The raven did not name the area where the ghost had infiltrated and there was only one village around Momoyama, so Asahi's destination was also very obvious. During this year, Asahi did not stay in Momoyama, and often went down to the village to buy food and other daily necessities, and he was not familiar with the villagers, but he also met and said hello. The investigation in the village was also unusually smooth. However, there is no useful news for the time being. Asahi walked aimlessly through the village, searching for clues, and a small child came to him, who bumped into him with his head bowed as if he hadn't seen Asahi. Bumping into someone, the child seemed to be a little panicked and tried to escape, but was grabbed by Asahi's wrist. A pendant hanging from Asahi around his waist was being held in his hand, a token that the good master gave to Asahi on the day he appeared in the division. Raw faces. Village dwellers. Asahi does not remember it all, but it is definitely no stranger. The child struggled hard, but could not shake Asahi in the slightest. And Asahi was not in the mood to calculate with the child, withdrew the pendant and let him go. It's not an example. The child gritted his teeth and fled. This imp. The moment the child turned around, Asahi clearly saw a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Asahi ignored him, but casually mentioned in the next exchange with the villagers that the child had wandered to the village in the past 2 days. For his name, he only knows that it has the character U. Asahi naturally does not have a vengeance for children, and his curiosity about him ends after learning his origin. Being able to walk in the sun, Asahi naturally wouldn't think that this little child would be the ghost he was looking for, even though they came to Momoyama very closely. Under the guidance of the good teacher, the village also burns the fragrance of wisteria flowers at night to ward off ghosts, so after night falls, Asahi wanders outside the village. Perhaps inherited from the original ghost, all ghosts instinctively dislike wisteria flowers, and wisteria flowers are also very toxic to ghosts, and the final place of trial is to use wisteria wreaths to trap all ghosts in it, which is safer and less trouble-saving than casting high walls to build barriers. Thanks to this, Chao Yang does not have to worry that the ghost will sneak into the village at night, and the ghost will definitely be attracted by the gathering of humans, and the next thing Asahi has to do is to wait for the rabbit. That little ghost. The ONI didn't find it, but Asahi found that the child during the day ran from the direction of Momoyama in the middle of the night and disappeared after entering the village. Strange as it is, Asahi really doesn't have any extra energy to focus on him at the moment. This is the first task Asahi has received, and if there is an accident, it will be himself who will join the ghost-killing team at that time. Leaving this matter behind, Asahi continued to patrol around the village, but when he made a circle, Asahi sensed that something was wrong. Only in this area, the smell of wisteria flowers has become lighter. This is not the effect of a family's wisteria flower fragrance burning. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers, and today 5 more bottom. Chapter 013. The wisteria floral fragrance is so weak, but it will give the ghost a chance to invade. Puzzled, Asahi came to the village, and immediately found that several families had overturned their incense burners, and the ashes were still warm, and Asahi couldn't help but think of the child. Although there is no evidence, Asahi did see him run to this area, and only he has a motive for the crime. Suddenly, Asahi looked sharply at the entrance of the village, and an extremely unpleasant aura was rapidly approaching. Ghost. Without having time to think about it, Asahi shot out like an off-string arrow, and at the same time gripped the hilt of the Nikki knife at his waist. Asahi is not yet an official member of the ghost-killing team. Naturally he is not qualified to own the Nikawa saber. This Nikwe sword belongs to the good master. He went to the ghost-killing team and did not take the Nikawa knife, but stayed in Momoyama. On the path leading to the village, a dark shadow is rapidly approaching. The closer he got closer, although he hadn't been able to see the true face of the black shadow, Asahi had already confirmed that it was a ghost. This unpleasant feeling can only be brought to him by ghosts. Is this a coincidence? The child returned to the village from this direction, and the ghost also came from this direction, although Asahi did not want to think in this direction, but the clue was in front of him. Man became an accomplice of ghosts? It's not funny, but it doesn't deny it. After beheading this ghost, go to the child and ask clearly, if he really did it. Asahi will not show mercy to him because he is a child. In the dark night, the rapidly approaching black shadow suddenly elongated, and what appeared in Asahi's eyes was a monster like a 100-legged centipede. Countless pairs of long feet made jingo sounds in the collision, making people have no doubt about their power. This is a powerful ghost who can only use blood ghost magic, and this body is the best proof of this. Human, food, human, food. The village is in front of you, the ghost's sanity is being taken over by a constant gush of appetite, and Asahi sees it as an appetizer before the start of the main meal. It is also not a fledgling ghost and recognizes the ghost killer team, but the problem is that Asahi is not an official member of the ghost killer team, and he is not wearing the ghost killer team uniform. The body of the ghost is still elongating. Asahi did not dodge, closing his eyes when the ghost was less than a meter away from him. Thunder breath Ichino type thunderbolt flash. The sun wheel knife came out of its sheath, like yellow thunder cutting through the air, and the sound of air explosions was like a thunder fury. This is the breath of thunder. The ghost's movements seemed to be static, and the moment the thunder that streaked through the air dissipated, the ghost's continuously extended body broke into two and fell weakly on the ground. Not that the ghost stopped moving, but that Asahi was too fast. Do you think that cutting off Uncle Centipede's body will allow me to tie my hands? Naive. The severed body of the centipede was regenerated, and each grew a section of its body into 2 different individuals. Nice resilience, really, unfortunately. The 2 huge centipedes are very oppressive in appearance and size, and their strong vitality is also an excellent candidate for a wooden stake, which can allow Asahi to breathe thunder to his heart's content, but unfortunately the movement of fighting with this ghost is too large. The village is not far away, and Asahi must solve the battle as soon as possible so as not to wake up the sleeping villagers and make them panic when they see the ghost. Momoyama is the retreat of the good master, and although the good master has retired from the front line, he also uses his spare energy to cultivate swordsmen while protecting the inhabitants of the Momoyama realm. As a disciple of the good teacher, this is also Asahi's duty. That's right, unfortunately, you can't see the sun tomorrow. The centipede manipulated its two separated bodies to surround Asahi and rotate continuously, and the sharp 100 feet were like a meat grinder to grind anything involved in it to pieces. P.S. Before 2 to 3 changes a day, now start 5 changes a day, the update is in the afternoon and evening, the hint is so obvious, the identity of this child has been guessed by many people, laughs. Chapter 014. Asahi stood still and held the scabbard of the Nikki knife, the breath of thunder and the breath of ripples overlapped here, and the golden ripple energy crackled on Asahi's body, as if it were real thunder and lightning. The centipede kept shrinking the interior space, and Asahi was already feeling the weak wind pressure. Thunder breath 6 type electric thunder boom. Asahi took a step forward sharply, and the action of swinging the knife turned into an afterimage, sending out countless slashes like thunder and lightning, mixed with ripple energy like sunlight, and the sharp and sturdy 100 feet were as fragile as tofu in front of the Nikkeku knife. This is the first time Asahi has used the Nikkawa knife, and he really feels the increase in the Nikkawa knife for him. The Nikki knife itself is made of ores that can absorb sunlight, and it has an unparalleled affinity for ripple energy, as if it is an extended part of his body, such as an arm, and the sword technique of thunder breath is even smoother to use. This is the sound of the knife being sheathed. With a crisp crashing sound, the centipede's 100 feet fell like rain, and a huge head also fell in front of Asahi, and the wound had a fire that continued to burn its head, and its proud vitality ended at this moment. Task complete. When Asahi came to the village the next day, he never found the child again, and this matter could only be stopped. With the news, the raven flies to the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad, where Asahi describes the characteristics of the Ghost Squad in detail so that the Ghost Slayer can distinguish its identity. The huge body does not grow naturally, and that centipede has eaten many people. The strength of the ghost depends on 2 points, the concentration of blood from the original ghost, and how many people ate. The concentration of the blood of the original ghosts represents the upper and lower limits, and the ghosts who show themselves will be given more blood to become stronger until they climb to the position of the 12 ghost moons. The good teacher returned to Momoyama 2 days later than expected, and as soon as he returned, he excitedly patted Asahi on the shoulder. It is worthy of being my disciple. Give. After speaking, the good teacher handed Asahi a letter. This is a letter written to you by Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu. Good boy, good vision, you must take it for me. I failed at the beginning, but your disciple failed to escape the clutches of my disciple, and the comfort in the heart of the good master, when he failed to take the flower pillar of the previous generation. It has always been a regret in the heart of the good master. That was the only time he missed. It's a young man's thing. Asahi took the letter into his arms without a trace, and said without looking away. What is the matter of young people? I was also in the bush of flowers at the beginning. Stinky boy, where are you going? Give me back, I haven't finished talking yet. Asahi was not interested in hearing about the great achievements of the good master in his youth, and brought the letter to the waterfall where he often practiced. The letter contained 2 letters, one from Butterfly Kane and one from Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Kane tells what happened after parting with Asahi when she and Butterfly Shinobu arrived at the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad and were taken away for training by the cultivators who used Breath of Flowers. Over the past year, she and Butterfly Shinobu have laid a solid foundation under the strict training of cultivators, but the state of Butterfly Shinobu makes her very worried. If she could, she would prefer Butterfly Shinobu to be an ordinary girl, but as a sister, she was also particularly aware of the flame burning in Butterfly Shinobu's heart, and Butterfly Kane didn't stop it, and she couldn't stop Butterfly Shinobu. Shinobu Butterfly also wrote about their lives in the letter, looking forward to the day when they could fight side by side with Asahi. The next time we meet, you're sure to be surprised. Seeing this, Asahi smiled heartily, looking forward to how they would appear in front of him the next time he met the Butterfly sisters. Butterfly Shinobu with long hair is really looking forward to it. P.S. there are 2 more in the evening, please collect, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 0-15. This letter was specially brought back by the good master who rushed to the practice of butterfly kane and butterfly shinobu, which is why he returned to Momoyama 2 days late. By comparing it with the physical characteristics described by Asahi, the ghost-killing team confirmed that the ghost killed by Asahi was named a centipede, and 132 people were killed by the centipede recorded in the ghost-killing team alone. Asahi didn't know where to run with the letter, and the good master stayed in the house with a look of relief. The good master grew up step by watching Asahi grow up, and he was not surprised that Asahi could kill a ghost of this level of centipede, but when he remembered that Asahi had only been practicing for a year, he sighed incomparably. This world really has geniuses, just like Sorrowful and Singing, just like Asahi is blessed. It's great to be able to pull them into the Ghost Slayer. However, after thinking about it, the good master felt that it was a bit inappropriate to classify the Sorrowful Yu Sing Sing into the category of geniuses. Guy with unknown body. The good master racked his brains and couldn't think of how to describe the sad journey of the rock pillar, so he had to stop thinking about it, and the province increased his troubles. There is still half a year left before the final assessment, and this half year Asahi too will naturally not be wasted, and after basically mastering the thunder type, it will begin to be developed by the most basic type 1. In the original work of the Demon Slayer Blade, my wife Zanai's type of Ichi gave Asahi great inspiration, and thus extended the Thunder Breath 1 type Thunderbolt Flash 9 series. Compared with my wife Shanyi in the original work, Asahi has 2 advantages of ripple breathing and physical fitness, so it can withstand the burden of 9 consecutive Thunderbolt flashes, but this trick is too burdensome for the feat, so Asahi cannot be used many times in a short time, otherwise it will affect the use of other tricks. In the use of Thunder Breath, Asahi also began to look for his own moves. This is also the only way to the pillar, creating the most suitable sword technique in addition to the original sword technique of your own breathing genre. As for the 1-type Thunderbolt flashing 9 companies, it is only an extension of the original sword technique. It is also in order to train Asahi that the good master temporarily entrusted the burden of guarding Momoyama to Asahi. He has long been unable to teach, and now Asahi needs practical experience the most. Having said that, half a year has passed, and Asahi has only replaced the good master in cooking 2 ghosts that do not have long eyes, and they are still 2 ordinary ghosts. This is also the result of the good master opening the back door to Asahi, although he has the corresponding strength, but he is not an official member of the ghost-killing team, so the ghost-killing team's ghost hunting task is also not related to Asahi, and the last time the ghost hunting task was handed over to Asahi was just an accident. But finally, the day of the final trial came. The place where the final trial is held is called Fujizan Mountain, which is planted from the foothills to the mountainside with the wisteria flowers that ghosts hate the most, and the wisteria flowers bloom all year round as invisible cages to imprison the captured ghosts. The captured ghosts have eaten 1 or 2 people, tasted the beauty of human flesh, and fallen into rage because they were caught, and even more crazy because of hunger. This is the final trial of the Ghost Killer team, and only by passing it can you be eligible to join the Ghost Slayer team. The content of the trial is also very simple, surviving in the Vine Attack Mountain for 7 days. No matter what means you use, go head-to-head or escape, as long as you survive for a few days, you can join the Ghost Slayer. The final trial began at night, and Asahi rushed towards Mount Fuji early at the urging of the good teacher. By the time they arrived at Mount Fuji in the evening, there were already dozens of people standing in front of the Torii gate. They came from different cultivators, inherited different breathing schools, but one thing was the same, they all bore the expectations from the master. In the history of the Ghost Killer team, it is not without breeders who are disheartened because the children they bred did not pass the final selection. Welcome to the final selection of the Ghost Killer team. After the arrival of the last girl with short hair wearing a fox mask, a woman with a fairy-like dreamy face walked up to Asahi and the others. My name is Isaiah Shikiti Nyan, the wife of the Lord, and the supervisor of this final selection. Izayashiki Tianyan said, his voice light and flexible with her face, making people feel unreal. Be the Lord, the leader of the ghost-killing team. P.S. I have to go out tomorrow, take a leave. There is no guarantee that there will be 5 changes, but there will still be 3. Chapter 016. Everyone present was a swordsman who was about to participate in the final selection of the ghost-killing team, and he was naturally no stranger to the ghost-killing team, so after the words of Tianyan and Izayashiki fell, they all showed well-behaved expressions. In this vine attack mountain, there are ghosts captured by the swordsman, and the ghosts cannot leave, because the mountain is full of wisteria flowers that they hate, and what you have to do is live in the hands of the ghosts for 7 days, and after 7 days, only those who are alive are eligible to join the ghost-killing team. Izayashiki Tianyan's eyes are a little sad. How many of these children can survive? However, with him, the survival rate in this period may increase. Izayashiki Tenan's gaze fell on Asahi, and she had listened to the pillars of the Ghost Squad discuss Asahi before leaving the headquarters of the Ghost Squad. Now, the trial begins. The moment Asahi began to fall in the trial, the whole person turned into an afterimage and disappeared in front of the Torii, making the last short-haired girl next to her look stunned. Well, I can't admit defeat either, Mr. Taki Taki, and wait for my good news. The girl's palm fell on the fox mask on her head, revealing a gentle smile, gripping the hilt of the Nikwe sword, and lowering her body towards the depths of the vine attack mountain. She's not the type to sit still. After everyone entered the vine attack, Izayashiki Tenan prayed silently. The night belongs to the world of ghosts, and Asahi is on the lookout for ghost attacks as he advances into the depths. There are many ghosts in this vine attack mountain that have gone through many final trials. Not only the ghost-killing team is using them, they are also becoming stronger and more cunning in battle after battle. Maybe there are ghosts who have awakened the blood ghost technique. It had just rained heavily, but the muddy mountain road was more favorable to the ghosts, and during the run, Asahi noticed a small puddle from which the smell of the ghost came. The puddle was not the only way to go forward, but Asahi changed its course and deliberately ran towards the puddle. At the moment when the left foot stepped on the puddle, the turbid water exploded, and a ghost with hideous horns jumped out of it, but what greeted it was a light like thunder. The knife rises and falls. The first one. Water breath 1 no type water surface slash. Putting away the Nikawa knife, Asahi turned to look in the direction where the voice came from, and the girl in the fox mask dodged the ghost's attack with a deft step, cutting off its head with grace. After killing the ghost, the girl also saw Asahi standing on a high place, and then waved her hand towards Asahi and continued to move towards the depths. 5 days passed in a flash, even if he could recover his strength during the day, but 5 days of high-intensity fighting was a little exhausting, and in these 5 days, Asahi and the fox girl also met many times, and also learned her name, Maka. He is a swordsman known for his dexterity. The disciple of the previous generation of water pillar scale, Maka himself, unexpectedly, participated in the final selection in the same period as her. Asahi had never seen her before the final assessment, but she was no stranger to her personality, what kind of food she liked to eat, what kind of color she liked. Asahi did not know anything. The only thing Asahi was familiar with was her future. In the plot of Ghost Slayer Blade, this lively and cute girl like a daisy withers and withers in this final trial. Asahi then remembered that in this vine-raided mountain, there was a ghost hand ghost who had survived for decades, awakened the blood demon technique, and killed dozens of participants in the final trial. It was captured by the previous generation of water pillars, that is, the ghost of Shinkai's master Taki Taki, who attacked the vine attack mountain, and I don't know if it was luck or what, in the final selection of dozens of times, not only was it not attacked, but after eating more and more people, it awakened the blood demon technique, became powerful, and vowed to kill the disciples of Taki who participated in the selection. In fact, it did it before meeting the main protagonist of the main story of Ghost Slayer's Blade. P.S. 5 more is complete, please collect, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 017. In any case, this vine attack on the ghost in the mountain, the dynasty log is bound to get, and the hand ghost is also one of them. This is a lot of money. Missed this opportunity. Asahi can't imagine where there are so many ghosts in the plot of the Demon Slayer Blade. So from the beginning, Asahi aimed at the depths of the Vine Mountain, which has the largest number of ghosts. The hand ghost that has survived for decades and eaten dozens of people awakened the blood ghost art is definitely at the top of the pyramid food chain in Fuji Raid Mountain, so there must be no other ghosts around it. Relying on this clue, Asahi began to search in Fuji Attack Mountain, and was also paying attention to Shinka's movements. After 5 days, Asahi doesn't remember how many ghosts he killed, but Asahi is sure that there are 60 ghosts who died under his sword. Why he is so sure? Just look at the progress bar. Or maybe it was because Asahi had killed too many ghosts and reduced the difficulty of other trial participants, and 5 days had passed, and Asahi alone had encountered 7 swordsmen. Maybe this final trial can break the record of the Ghost Killer team's previous trials. After all, swordsmen who have a strong desire to kill ghosts are not many participants in the final trial in the past, and it is probably the first time that a swordsman who chases ghosts and kills with other trialists like Asahi is probably the first time. Now the entire surviving swordsmen of the Vine Attack Mountain know that there is a crazy ghost-killing swordsman among them. They are trying to avoid the ghost as much as possible, but that person is desperate to take the initiative to rush to the ghost, and the result is obvious. The entire Vine Attack Mountain ghost was killed by him for most of it. They don't even need to be able to hide, and the chance of encountering a ghost has been reduced to an extremely low level. It's really easy. My old man also said how difficult the final trial is. It's the 5th day, and it's not easy to survive until the 7th day. In the evening, the 2 swordsmen sat by the fire talking and laughing. They were luckier. At first the ghosts were attracted by the swordsmen who rushed into the deep mountains such as Asahi and Maka, and wandered around the Fuji Attack Mountain without encountering a few ghosts, and they encountered weak ghosts who had just been thrown into the Fuji Raid Mountain, and after finding confidence in these weak ghosts, they entered the deep mountains, and the ghosts in the deep mountains have been killed by most of Asahi. No, it's because we're too strong. It's not that the final trial is too simple. I'm going to be a man of pillars. The other swordsman laughed loudly, hating the other party. I'm IWA no breath air, Fuyang, how about you? Breath of the wind air, Kaed. You are the wind pillar of the future, then I am the rock pillar of the future. Have you heard about that ghost-slashing maniac? They talked and mentioned Asahi. If we hadn't overestimated the difficulty of the final selection, it would be the 2 of us who would be in the limelight now. Fuyang shook his head with a look of disdain. Where is his turn? Yes, it's a pity that this ghost is about to be killed by him, and there is no chance for you and me to show my strength. Kaed Su-ying said that they did not notice that as night fell, there was some change in the soil under the tree on the left. The sound of burning trees overshadowed the sound of churning dirt, but if you listened carefully, you could still tell the difference. But the 2 of them had lost even the most basic vigilance, completely unaware that danger was coming. The last rays of sunlight finally disappeared above the earth. The 2 giggled and laughed, not at all worried that the ghosts had begun to move, and their voices might attract ghosts lurking around. Happy, just woke up and dessert was delivered. Under the dirt, a pair of miserable green ghost hands were reaching out towards the 2 people talking. Wait, something is wrong there. The user of Iwa's breath, Fuyang faintly sensed something, and Kaetsu also noticed that an unusual and strange atmosphere spread around him. By the time the 2 sensed something was wrong, it was too late. 2 pairs of big hands broke through the ground and grabbed their corners, and then the ground exploded, and the huge body was completely revealed in front of the 2. I'm moving. P.S. Just went home, a little tired from going out for a day. Today there are only 3 changes, tomorrow continue to 5 more. Chapter 018. The harsh scream attracted attention especially at night. and Asahi heard it through his senses enhanced by the ripple breathing method in the deepest part of Mount Fuji, and then rushed in the direction where the sound came from without hesitation. Finally seeing you, my cute little fox. The eye of the hand demon was attracted by the mask that Mako was carrying, and both his voice and expression became extremely excited. It is a disciple of Taki and a disciple of Taki Taki. The moment it saw the mask, only this sentence echoed in its mind. I don't want to see you. There was a drop of cold sweat on Mako's forehead, and when she arrived, she happened to see the hand ghost eating a person. And beside the hand ghost, 2 Nikken knives lay there alone. It ate 2 companions. Is this a ghost? In this bloated monster, she couldn't find the characteristics of ghosts as humans at all. What a desperate love, little fox. The hand ghost smiled, and the body also swelled with a while, thickening a circle, and the arms around the body appeared more powerful. It got stronger. Because of cannibalism? Meiho gritted his teeth, and the Nikki knife pointed directly at the hand ghost. I'm going to cut you. To deal with this bloated and incapacitated ghost, Meiho, who is known for his dexterity, has an advantage, and Meiho is obviously aware of this. There was also a brat with a fox mask before you who said so. No, not just one, let me count. The hand ghost raised 3 hands into fists, and then extended a finger for each number he spoke. 1, 2, 3, 11. The hand ghost pointed to Meiho. You are the 12th. What are you talking about? Makoto had a faint premonition. Of course, it's Takeji's disciple. In the mocking laughter of the hand ghost, Makoto's expression gradually froze. Liar, deceive. Makai thought of Mr. Taki's words before leaving, and the sadness that was faintly revealed during her training. This is your tactic. Hugh wants to deceive me. It's a delight. The hand ghost laughed. I don't believe it, but what's the matter with this uneasy expression on your face? Can't you believe it? Sure enough, are you lying to me? No, since I was caught by Taki I swore to kill all of Taki disciples. You are not the first, and definitely not the last. I remember the last brat, crying and asking me if I made up all this. Hehe. I took advantage of his lack of attention and twisted his head off at once. It seems that he deliberately wants to provoke Genjing's emotions, and the tone of the hand ghost is extremely cheap. An unrelated personnel can also give birth to a nameless karmic fire when they hear it. Don't say any more. Meiho had an emotional breakdown and was breathing disordered. Even now, the hand ghost can live until now, obviously not only by luck, but also by wisdom, and the insidious and cunning ghost can live longer. And the hand ghost is a model. This trick is really tried and tested, and the hand ghost has already used the same trick to solve several disciples of Taki. The strength of the disciples of Taki is not weak at all. The miserable blue ghost hand ejected, and this time, the hand ghost decided to divide the disciple of Taki and eat it. Are you going to die? Sorry, Mr. Tanky, the agreement cannot be kept. It was too late for Mako to react. Found you. Thunder Breath Ichino type Thunderbolt Flash. In a trance, Makai seemed to hear Asahi's voice, and just when she thought it was an illusion, a golden flash of light crossed her body. The sharp Nikki knife neatly cut off the hand of the hand ghost. Thunder Breath Ichino type Thunderbolt Flash // It's not over yet. This is a combination of Reed Celebrity and Thunder's Breath. When the hand ghost's gaze caught Asahi's figure, he found that Asahi had come to it, bending over and holding the scabbard with his left hand and the handle of the knife with his right hand, typical of pulling and chopping. It's fast, but my fat body doesn't grow to see. Realizing that Asahi did not choose its neck as a target, the hand ghost must have in his heart that as long as his neck was not cut off by the Nikawa knife, no matter what kind of injury it had, it could recover quickly as a ghost, and it still had a lot of nutrients in its body, which could accelerate its regeneration speed. P.S. Please collect, ask for tips, ask for flowers. I will go to Squint first, and one should be updated around 11, a little late to say sorry. Everyone pay attention to the body to sleep early, get up early and look at it. Chapter 019. The read cross slash is a stunt that takes rapid slashes to the extreme, and it is incomparably compatible with the breath of thunder characterized by extreme speed, and it has unexpected power when paired with breath of thunder. In an instant, Asahi swung a cross slash and cut a cross hole on the huge body of the hand ghost. The hand ghost, who did not care about this blow, twisted his body in pain, his eyes were bloodshot, the wound was as if burned by flames, and his regeneration was greatly suppressed, and the center of gravity was unbalanced, and it was already doing its best just by standing on the ground. Impossible, what's going on, can't regenerate. The sudden situation made the hand ghost a little overwhelmed. And just as it was trying to maintain the center of gravity of its body, Asahi jumped up, Thunder Breath 5 Type Heat Realm Thunder. This is a sword technique that swings a slash at an extremely fast speed, and the afterimages remaining in the air are like thunder and lightning, like thunder and lightning. No problem, my neck is hard. Hand ghost comforted himself. The Nikawa blade passed through its neck from left to right unimpeded, and its proud defenses were vulnerable in front of Asahi. It's just a bunch of imps, how could it be, how could it be? On the severed head of the hand ghost, two eyes reflect the figure of Asahi, and the battle with Asahi reminds it of the first meeting with Taki decades ago. The same powerlessness, the same crushing, the difference is that Taki did not completely cut off its neck, and Asahi cut it off. This is not the power of the imp participating in the final selection. The demon has also gone through dozens of final trials, and before his head is about to turn to ashes, it puts Asahi and the trial swordsman in its memory, like a wolf into a flock. Ah, so warm. The ripples remaining in the wound made the hand ghost experience the warmth of the sun for the first time, and faintly some vague memories emerged in the hand ghost's mind, and two children walked on the no man's night road. Brother. The hand ghost whispered softly and then froze, because it didn't know who the brother in his mouth was. Thanks. Thank you. Makai still has tear stains on her face, and she has not yet been able to get out of the influence of the words of the hand ghost, and as a girl with a delicate mind, she is also more emotional. Probably, it recognized our identity by the carving technique of this mask. Magan took off the white fox mask on his head and grabbed the mask with his hands gradually harder. This is also too sad, and the mask of disaster elimination that carries Mr. Taki hopes and loves, but sends them to hell with his own hands. Because Mr. Taki caught it here, we hate Mr. Taki and we who were trained by Mr. Taki. Another tear slipped from the corner of Jenhan's eyes. This is karma. Magan shook his head and solemnly brought it back to his head again. This matter will be sealed in the depths of my memory. If Mr. Taki knew that the mask he carved with his own hands sent his disciples to a dead end, I am afraid that he would collapse. I will not let it happen. It's not Mr. Takaki's fault. Makamai said, then turned his gaze to Asahi. I won't say it, rest assured. Asahi shrugged and smiled helplessly. Thank you. Zhen said thanks, your life was saved by you, and I will definitely not forget this kindness. 2 days later, the Torii gate will be gone. Maka, who is not such a fragile girl, gripped the handle of the Nikki knife, and the Nikawa knife from Taki conveyed the warmth like the palm of Taki and wiped her tears. Makai said goodbye to Asahi and left with a light and agile step. However, Asahi can see that Magan is just smiling now, and it may take a lot of time to get out of it. Well, the hand ghost is also solved. It's time to sweep up the Vine Attack Mountain. There are only 2 days left, and not a single ghost can be spared. Magan left. Asahi also took a deep breath, patted his cheek, and took advantage of the night and the time of ghost activity to start looking for the traces of the ghost. P.S. The final selection is over, and the normal 5 updates will begin tomorrow. Chapter 020. 7 days, quietly died in the killing of ghosts. Asahi was the first to return to the face of Tenenshiki, who looked a little embarrassed and dirty, but all this filth was inadvertently left behind when he walked through the vine attack. None of the ghosts in the mountain can put Asahi in danger. The surviving swordsmen arrived one after another. In addition to Asahi this time, a total of 10 swordsmen survived. Congratulations, you passed the final trial. Izayashiki Tianyan said, his gaze was slightly on Asahi. Asahi had almost killed all the ghosts, she naturally knew, and there were only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens left in the entire Fuji Raid Mountain now. Asahi originally wanted to kill all the ghosts in the Vine Attack Mountain, but there was not enough time, and the remaining ghosts were honestly hidden. What's going on with that person? It's such a heavy smell of blood. Whisper, he heard, do you want to be killed? I recognize him, he is the swordsman who kills ghosts madly. What a madman, does he have any deep hatred with ghosts? He will kill all the ghosts of Fuji Attacking Mountain. No wonder I didn't meet a few ghosts, and I have to thank him for allowing me to pass the final trials so easily. If it weren't for him, I might have been killed by a ghost. Asahi was the first swordsman to return to the Torii Gate, and naturally became the focus of everyone. There are jealous, fearful, and admiring, but one thing is the same, they all distance themselves from Asahi. The closer they got to Asahi, the more unsettled their minds became, as if there was a ferocious beast that chose fat and ate in front of them, making them unable to settle down, and the joy of passing the final trial was also worn away. Sure enough, you were the first to come back here. Meiho was also afraid of the inexplicable chill that shrouded Asahi, but he still plucked up the courage to step forward and say hello. On the 5th day, Asahi remembered that Meiho was still dressed in a clean and tidy kimono, but now he looked a little dirty like him, but the sadness hidden under Maka's expression dissipated a lot. It seems that Meiho also killed a lot of ghosts in the remaining 2 days, and his emotions were vented. Asahi was still in a very happy mood, and after this final trial, the progress bar increased by a full 10th. Magan greets herself, and Asahi responds to her with a smile. That girl, that's awesome. The swordsmen who were far away from Asahi couldn't help but think. First of all, the uniforms will be distributed to you now. Izayashiki Ten's voice was not high, but all the noise was suppressed. Next, we will measure your body dimensions and engrave the grade. Izayashiki Tianyan continued, there are a total of 10 levels of ranks, which are A, B, Pent, XIN, XIN, and U, as newcomers to the ghost-killing team, are at the lowest level, and every ghost-killing swordsman starts from DIS and climbs upwards, and I look forward to your future performance. This period has a pass rate of about 50%, setting a record for the highest pass rate in the final selection of the Ghost Killer team in all generations. He will be very happy to hear this news. Izayashiki Tenon thinks of her husband, the head of the Ghost Killer team. Everyone present was listening quietly, and Izayashiki Tenon suddenly slapped his palm, and the crow voice came from a distance and fell on Asahi, but it was not the crow used for mission transmission. From now on, the crow will follow you, and the crow is a crow used to communicate. Behind the delivery house Shiki Tenon, a square table covered with red cloth is placed, and after introducing the crows, the red cloth is uncovered, revealing pieces of rough ore with different shapes and sizes and surface potholes. Now, choose the jade gang used to make the knife. Who comes first? Izayashiki Tianyan said. Asahi walked to the square table, looked at the ore one after another, stretched out his hand and stroked each ore twice, and chose his own jade gang by comparing the smoothness of the ripples transmitted in the ore. This ore may not be the best, but it is the best for Asahi. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 021. It takes 10 to 15 days to forge the Nichihira knife, and the uniforms also take a lot of time. The uniform of the Ghost Killer team is not ordinary, it is made of special materials, it takes no less time than a forging knife, and the toughness is extremely high, and the minions of the weak ghost cannot break through the defense of the Ghost Killer team uniform. Asahi returned to Momoyama with the Nikoi knife of the good master. When we arrived at Momoyama, It was noon the next day, and the good teacher was waiting in the house early, with the freshly cooked meal in front of him. But the good teacher deliberately ran to the town 10 kilometers away to buy the ingredients. Look at the time, the smelly boy should be back soon. The good teacher looked out the sky through the window, and then his ears moved slightly, revealing a reassuring smile, I'm back. However, when Asahi opened the door and walked in, the good master pinched his nose and scolded with a smile, it's such a heavy smell of blood, my old man is going to suffocate, go to the waterfall first to take a bath. How many ghosts did you kid kill? Could it be the ghosts who killed the entire Vine Attack Mountain? Almost. Asahi shrugged, and the good master's eyes widened. The good master believes that Asahi can do this kind of thing, and that one person can kill almost all the ghosts in Fuji Raid Mountain, which is also an unprecedented feat in the history of the ghost killing team. You know, the content of the final trial is to survive for 7 days in the Vine Attack Mountain, and chase the ghost and kill for 7 days like Asahi can be said to be different. It's really your boy. Zenshi threw a suit of clothes to Asahi and took the Nikki knife by the way, saying in a joking tone, the pillars may hate you. As the good master guessed, the ghost-killing team pillars who learned about this were very nerve-wracking, and although they were happy to see such a talented companion as Asahi appear, it was undeniable that Asahi added a lot of workload to them. Before the next final trial, these pillars of them will replenish the ghosts of the vine-attacking mountain. Killing a knife down cleanly, but catching ghosts takes a lot of hands and feet. Perhaps, those pillars are already thinking about how to put small shoes on Asahi, Harale Zenshi thought. In this trial, you met the disciple of that old thing in Taki Taki. When the good master heard Asahi mention Makoto, he raised his eyebrows, looking like he was not right with Taki Taki. Zenshi and Taki are the same swordsmen, joined the ghost-killing team together, and also became the Thunder Pillar and the Water Pillar one after the other, always competing, but never divided the winner or loser. Girl, how's it going, cute? The good teacher's eyes lit up and he asked. You are an old man, pay attention to anything, I can tell you, if you really want to destroy your relatives, I will not keep my hand. Asahi rode. Isn't it that I passed the final trial of the ghost-killing team, and I dared to talk to the master like this? I tell you, your kid is still far behind. Your master and I were the Thunder Pillar of the ghost-killing team when I was young. The good master blew his beard and glared, and snorted about his glorious achievements in killing ghosts when he was young, and the implication was that your master was still your master, but no matter how he listened, although he had some lack of confidence. With Asahi talent, surpassing him is probably only a matter of time. I'm left alone after you're gone. The good master sighed. I'm not going to have a junior brother. Asahi laughed. The good master twisted his mustache and nodded, while my old bone is still useful, I need to add some fresh blood to the ghost-killing team. Do you want me to keep an eye on you? Asahi asked. The good master shook his head, there is no need to trouble you for this kind of trivial matter, practice well and inherit the name of the Thunder Pillar as soon as possible, so that the master and I can also rest assured, at least I did not let the name of the Thunder Pillar be broken. One day, he doesn't have to choose his disciples so utilitarianly. Just be happy. Asahi said. P.S. Delayed by some chores, and 3 more. Chapter 022. A swordsman can only have one forging knife man in his life, and unless the forging knife person dies, the Nikawa knife is not an indestructible weapon, and it will be damaged or even broken by huge external forces. Therefore, a qualified knife forger will be the biggest backup of a ghost-killing swordsman. Asahi only hopes that his knife-forging people are not a difficult type to get along with. After spending 10 days in retreat, Zenzi left Momoyama 3 days ago, and when he returns next time, maybe Asahi will have a little disciple. Asahi also thought about whether it would be my wife Zanai, but the time is not right. After all, the new generation of columns has not yet gathered, and it is still far from the beginning of the plot, let alone 5 or 6 years. Is anyone there? Is someone there? the good teacher is not there. Asahi, who was meditating in the waterfall, heard a faint shout, and it seemed that the knife-forging man had arrived. In the distance, I saw a man in a fireman mask wandering in front of the good teacher's house, looking inside through the window, carrying a boxy box behind him, and carefully wrapped in black cloth. Own knife. Asahi approached quickly. I am Asahi and a disciple of the good teacher. That's you. The man with the fireman's mask looked at Asahi carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Look at this sturdy body, it doesn't look like a silver-like wax spearhead. Not bad, not bad. I am your forging knife man Taikave-sen, please take more care in the future. Tetsu-sen was very satisfied with Asahi's first impression, and then eagerly untied the box behind him to show his masterpiece. In order to be more in line with the use of read celebrities, Asahi also put forward a lot of opinions on the various details of this Nikawa knife, and also looked forward to whether Tetsu Kyumri would forge it according to his requirements. That's right, that's it, that's what it is. And the result was also to Asahi's delight, and Tetsu Kyumri perfectly met all his requirements. Ha 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 ha, how, this knife? Tai Sunsen laughed loudly, happy that his knife was recognized. Quick, let me see what color he appears. Next is the most anticipated part of every knife forger. The Nikawa knife is a color-changing knife that will take on different colors depending on the owner. What color will his perfect work appear in Asahi's hands? Thinking of this, Tai Sunsen's heart beat violently, and it was precisely in order to see this that he came to Momoyama for the first time after the forging knife was completed. Good. Asahi held the handle of the Nikwe knife under the expectant eyes of Tetsu Kyumri, and the blade gradually appeared yellow. Is it really yellow? Tetsukyusen scratched his hair, a little regretful. He couldn't see more brilliant colors. After all, Asahi was the disciple of the good master and the heir of Thunder Breath. The Nikawa knife of the Thunder Breath user will be yellow without accident. No, the color is still deepening. But immediately, Tai Shen-sen noticed the strange appearance of the Nikawa knife, and exclaimed at the moment when a touch of gold appeared, gold. The eyes under the fireman's mask widened. What a noble color! My Iron Cave-sen was fortunate to be able to see the golden Nikawa saber. Let me take a closer look, let me take a closer look. Tai Sunsen's breathing also became rapid, and he couldn't wait to get in touch with this golden color. Asahi handed him the same hand, but the moment he took the Nikawa knife, the gold quickly dissipated, and before he could react, it had turned into an ordinary yellow. Tai Sunsen wanted to cry without tears, and looked left and right at the Nikki knife and looked up and down. Deceit, why is the gold gone? You hold it again. After some fruitless examination, Tetsumori changed the knife to Asahi again. Is it because of the ripples? At first, the Nikawa knife was just an ordinary yellow, but it gradually appeared after Asahi injected ripple energy, which Asahi knew very well. Asahi silently injected ripple energy, watching the blade resurface. Iron Cave Mori breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the golden color was not his illusion, not his dream. P.S. There are two more likely to be a little late, really sorry, a little messed up by some things today. Chapter 023. The knife I forged turned gold. Asahi could imagine what the expression was under the fireman's mask. Gold has been a noble color since ancient times, and the Nikawa knife forged by himself is golden, which means to the forging knife person, and Asahi can also experience it although he is not a knife forging person. This is the supreme glory. Thank you very much. Naturally, Tai Sunsen will not forget who made the Nikwe knife float, and taking off the fireman's mask is a handful of snot and tears. After a while, Tai Sunsen quieted down, wiped his tears and put on the fireman mask. Let you see the indisputable side. Before, wasn't there a golden Nikki knife? Asahi wondered. No, so, this is the first Nikawa knife with a golden body in the history of the Nikawa knife, which is enough to go down in history. Tai Suisen said excitedly, as the forger of the golden sunwheel knife, he will become a legend in the history of the forging knife man, and will be praised by future generations. Is there anything more exciting than this? Just now he was crying with joy. I can use it? Asahi asked. It's now your Nikawa knife. Iron Cave Mori said sincerely, and he hated to see Asahi late. Thunder Breath Ichino Type Thunderbolt Flash Cross Slash. Taking the matching scabbard from Taixi Sen's hand, Asahi put the knife into the sheath and put on a cross-cutting posture, and his eyes were on the ancient tree next to the good master's house. Tai Xian-sen also opened his eyes and held the long voice, "Oh!" In an instant, the morning sun moved like thunder, and in the eyes of Tai Sun-sen, it seemed to teleport in front of the ancient tree, and cut out a cross-slash after image. There was an extra hideous scar on the ancient tree, and the grey smoke at the wound left traces that seemed to have been burned by flames. Beautiful! Tai Suisen applauded, it is worthy of being the holder of the Golden Sun Wheel knife. Iron Cave Mori has seen a lot of ghost killers in his many years of sword forging career. As a newcomer who has just passed the final selection, Asahi's performance is obviously a little too strong. In the eyes of Iron Cave Mori, Asahi is more like he has been honing in the ghost-killing team for many years. How, feel? Tai Xian-sen said nervously. It's like part of the body. Asahi's palm gently stroked over the body of the Nikawa knife, and it was not much calmer than the Iron Cave Mori. The material used to cast this Nikawa knife is the most corrugated piece that Asahi has found from many ores, and compared to the Nikawa knife of the good master, it is like an engine with lubricating oil. That's good. Iron Cave Mori breathed a sigh of relief, and was stunned for a moment before remembering that he had not only come with the Nikawa knife this time, but also brought the uniform of the ghost killing team to Asahi by the way. Asahi also tried on the ghost killer team uniform, which fit perfectly, and there was a cool feeling on the body, and I felt that my body became much lighter. After sending the knife and the uniform, the task of Tetsukyusen was also over, although he still wanted to stay and observe the golden Nikan knife more, but in charge of such a ghost-killing swordsman Asahi-sen, Tai Xian-sen felt that he still needed to work harder to practice and forge a more perfect Nikari knife for Asahi to come out. Nearly 100 years old, the fighting spirit has rekindled. They didn't stop, and after glancing at the Nikkei knife with reluctance, Iron Cave Mori hit the road. Accustomed to using the Nikawa knife of the good master, it will take time to get used to the weight of the new Nikawa knife, and while he has not yet given himself a task, Asahi stays at the waterfall all day and slashes again and again, until the body remembers the weight of the knife and all kinds of sword techniques operate freely before ending the cultivation. The ghost-killing team is naturally not the kind of organization that is not close to people, and it is more clear that the ghost-killing swordsmen who have obtained new swords need time to get acquainted, so they give a 1-month buffer time to let the swordsmen kill ghosts in the most peak state. P.S. There is another one, it will be about 1 or 2 o'clock, you still don't wait until you get up in the morning and watch it. Chapter 024. The crow's husky voice made Asahi feel extremely wonderful at this moment, more beautiful than the beautiful singing voice of the singer, and made Asahi touched it. The crow is finally here. Your first task in the true sense of the word. And the centipede that was killed before has also been counted on Asahi after joining the ghost-killing team. The centipede has killed many people, and killing it has also added a lot of attack to Asahi. Maybe Asahi will have the opportunity to impact the fastest race. Opening his mouth, the raven relayed the mission from the ghost killer team. Walking east from Momoyama, there are suspected ghosts hunting humans in the villages by the lake, cruelly gnawing the young man's throat, finding it, and beheading it. This is your first mission to join the ghost killing team. Come on, come on. Although I don't know what tone the person who taught the crow this paragraph used, there was a negative feeling from the crow's mouth. Villages to the east. Asahi watched as the crow flew out the window to take a deep breath, put on the ghost killer team uniform, put on a layer of white haori, and took some dry food and money and hit the road. The raven didn't say how far away it was from Momoyama, and Asahi could only go all the way east, spending all his time rushing while maintaining enough sleep. 2 days later, Asahi came to a lake. That village should be the destination. Asahi looked out at the cooking smoke in the distance and faintly saw a village. Fishermen on the lake are holding boats to pick lotus roots and fish, and the breeze is very fresh. No matter how you look at it, it is a harmonious and peaceful scenery. Whether it is a destination or not, you can know when you enter the village. Entering the village, Asahi saw a familiar figure. A coat with pink florets printed on it. She was asking the villagers what she was doing, and she hit a wall everywhere. Every villager she stopped waved her hand in unison to indicate that she didn't know anything, then turned away and left quickly. Seeing Mahara's deflated expression, Asahi walked over and gently patted her mask. "Yay!" Meiho blinked, a little unable to believe her eyes. "Why are you here?" "Mission." Asahi said, "You also received the task from the headquarters." Magan nodded. Her mission was the same as Asahi's, both to investigate what happened in this village, and if it was a ghost, kill it. "It seems that this mission is not as simple as it seems," Asahi said. Makoto also felt the same way. After all, Asahi was so strong that the headquarters of the ghost-killing team also called her over, which means that the headquarters had an unusual emphasis on this seemingly ordinary mission. Or, I was afraid that she wouldn't be able to figure it out, so I called Asahi over. Either way, she had to take the mission seriously. Then Meiho exchanged some available information with Asahi, who came to the village half a day earlier than Asahi and conducted a rough investigation of the village. Although not getting much critical information, it also raised its own doubts about the village. This village is too depressing, and when Makai walks in the village, she always feels that the villagers on the street are secretly watching her, and the villagers are also avoiding her, which is too abnormal. And what worries Makoto the most is that she can't even find a breakthrough. No matter who it was, the answer to her was always no comment, and if asked, she would even get angry, and all the villagers present also looked at her with an extremely strange look. This made Makoto a little creepy. This village, what the hell happened? Asahi also felt troubled after listening to it. Then have you visited the lord of the village? Meiho shook his head. I can't see the lord at all, because I am afraid of causing some misunderstanding, and I didn't sneak in. No way, let's go visit the lord again. Asahi thought about it and said. Makoto nodded and led Asahi towards the lord's residence. In the alley of the village, a boy with short flesh-colored hair and a wound on the left side of his face secretly looks at the back of Asahi and Maka. P.S. Keep you guys waiting. Chapter 025. Want to see the Lord? The Lord's guard laughed. Lord Kazan has a lot of opportunities. There is time to meet you two imps. I don't think the important things in the mouths of you two imps are very important to Lord Kazan. Saying that, he impatiently wanted Asahi and Mako to leave. We are members of the Ghost Killer team. Asahi continued, but without saying that it was okay, the guard's expression changed sharply. I didn't learn well at a young age, and I actually came out to show my deception, quickly. Get lost. Go, you guys are not welcome in this village. Although the guard glared angrily, his slightly trembling body showed that he was not calm in his heart. What to do? Magan asked. Asahi was more suitable to lead this task than her, so she gave the initiative to Asahi at the first time. Let's go. Asahi also did not want to fight with the lord of the village, and left the village after consulting with Shinka, intending to sneak into the village again at night to investigate. Makawa also agrees with Asahi this idea. In the final analysis, the ghost-killing team is not officially recognized as an organization, and even the vast majority of places regard the ghost-killing team as a legend, and the existence of ghosts is the same. This is also a matter of no way. Ghosts only operate at night, which leads to the fact that only a few ghosts can be found, and in the vast majority of cases, before the ghosts cause irreparable disasters, they have been eradicated by the ghost-killing teams. The lord of this village, there is definitely a problem. Meiho said that the change in the guard's expression when she heard the ghost killer team was seen by her, and the lord of this village would definitely not fail to notice the abnormality of this village. This village, what the hell is going on? Asahi felt nerve-wracking. What a troublesome task. Asahi kind of believes that this is the pillars wearing small shoes for themselves, and Magan may have been affected by himself. After leaving the village, Asahi noticed a figure following them. Makai also poked Asahi and gestured to tell someone behind Asahi. Asahi hints to Meiho not to act rashly, puts on a look like he has found nothing, and then comes to a place where he can see the entire village from a bird's eye view, monitoring the village's every move, but no matter how you look at it, it is peaceful and peaceful on the surface. Leaving aside the attitude of the villagers, it was as if it had never happened before when a young man had bitten his throat. The more peaceful the village, the more sensitive it should be to anomalies, as if someone is gagging them. And there is only one person who can have this kind of prestige in this village, the Lord Kazan in the guard's mouth, that is, the lord of this village. Normally, when such a horrific thing happens in his own village, shouldn't the lord strike hard in order to maintain the security of his territory? Asahi saw the opposite result, keeping silent about the murder of the young man and maintaining a facade of tranquility. Asahi felt that he needed to figure this matter out, otherwise the investigation would not be carried out. The ghost killing squad was not a violent organization, and Asahi would not be able to ignore the village's inhabitants, even if he had enough strength to ignore the lord of this village. Compared to him, the villagers of this village obviously trusted their lord more. In the bushes behind, a boy with a scar on his face was secretly observing them, his flesh-colored hair extremely conspicuous. Asahi made a gesture, "You went ahead and behind," and then disappeared in the blink of an eye of the boy. Gone. The boy was startled, rubbed his eyes, and couldn't believe it. He clearly saw that there was still a person standing next to the girl, and how he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Perhaps because he was so surprised that his hiding movement slowed down a beat, the boy clearly saw that the girl was staring at the place where he was hiding. When he was discovered, the boy didn't have time to think about it, turned around and wanted to run down the mountain, but he crashed into Asahi head-on. "Got you." Asahi gently pressed the boy's shoulder and pressed him to the ground, looking at his dull expression and couldn't help but laugh. "I can't think of it." Chapter 026. He didn't shout, he didn't scream, he didn't struggle, and if Asahi hadn't confirmed that he was still breathing, he would have thought that he was subdued by a corpse. Makoto pulled through the bushes and walked over, looking at the blood spreading in the sand and couldn't help but exclaim. The wound on the boy's face was cracked in fierce intimate contact with the ground. Fainted. Asahi picked him up with one hand and watched him bite his lip, tears rolling in his eyes. A wound stretched from the left corner of the mouth to the root of the ear as Asahi acted violently. "It's not good, there is grit that has penetrated into the wound. If you don't deal with it in time, it will be infected." Magan said that the swordsman learned not only ghost swordsmanship from the cultivator, but also survival skills, and wound treatment was a basic course. Trabit didn't care about his wound at all, but stared at the Nikki knife on Maka's waist. "Let's make a deal, you tell me what happened in the village, we will help you deal with the wound. If the wound of this level is infected, it will die." Asahi wasn't sure if he had listened to his words, and didn't react at all, just staring at the Nikita. "Pull out that knife." Rush Rabbit suddenly said, "Pull out that knife, I will tell you everything." Makoto pressed the thumb of his right hand against the knife, and with his left hand held the handle of the knife and slowly pulled it out, only to see the sunlight shining on the sea blue knife body rippled, as if rolling up the surface of the waves. "Very beautiful Nikki knife. Blue knife, sure enough, you are indeed the legendary ghost hunters." The rabbit's expression became extremely wonderful the moment he saw the color of the knife. "Black clothes, colored knives, yes, absolutely right. Did you chase this to confirm this?" Asahi asked, letting go of his hand to let the rabbit land on the ground. "The breakthrough point of this mission may be on him. My name is Trabit, a member of this village." The rabbit wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at the village in the distance, his eyes complicated. Is it the rabbit that appeared in this chapter of Ghost Slayer Blade? Asahi's gaze lingered for a moment on the short flesh-colored hair of the rabbit, and then looked at the long wound on his left cheek, and basically confirmed that this rabbit was the rabbit he remembered. Didn't expect to meet in this place. Ask me, as long as I know, I will tell you, as long as you can kill that evil spirit, I am willing to do anything. Tun Rabbit's words were full of hatred, and he did not hide his emotions at all. Ghost, are you sure? Asahi asked. Okay. The rabbit gritted his teeth and said, I saw with my own eyes that my brother was bitten off his throat by a demon. Just as the raven recounted, the young man was bitten off his throat by a ghost. Kitu's fists also gradually clenched. Not only brother, many young people in the village have been bitten off their throats by evil spirits. Asahi and Magan looked at each other and nodded to each other. Completely consistent with the information given by the ghost-killing team, this village is indeed their mission destination, and there are indeed ghosts in this village. Why, the villagers are hiding this matter? Meiho asked. Isn't it strange? Could it be that the ghost threatened you? Not a ghost, but it has something to do with it. Speaking of this, Cho Rabbit took a deep breath and pointed to the courtyard in the center of the village, because the father of the evil devil is Lord Kazan. Although the appearance of the evil devil has changed greatly, the square birthmark on his face cannot deceive people, and the silk clothes he wears are also printed with the mark of the rich family. Everyone knows that the evil ghost is the son of Lord Kazan, but... Cho Rabbit said almost with a roar. They all gave in, and after Lord Kazan assured that the evil spirit would not appear again, nothing happened. Lord Kazan, it's the lord of this village, right? Makamai asked after a moment's hesitation. This is the last answer they want, and if they want to kill the ghost, they must make enemies of this village. Chapter 027. Do you want to ask headquarters? Magan asked. No, it's not that yet. Asahi looked at the rabbit, the outside broken and did not get through, then from the inside. Lord Kaikian, it's not good. Just now I met two people outside the door who claimed to be members of the ghost-killing team. After the guard came out of the dungeon without moving, he hurriedly reported to him. Has this group of disgusting hounds already caught up with the door? As the lord of a wealthy village, Cai Chien Fudo is also a middle-class nobleman in the entire Dongying, and he is all too clear about the dispute between the ghost-killing team and the ghost that lasted for thousands of years. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and released him from the dungeon a week ago. Cai Chien looked sad, and then asked, where are they now? I drove them away and warned them to leave the village. The guard said quickly. Well done. Cai Chien didn't move his face fiercely, but immediately thought of something and couldn't help but walk back and forth. Although the ghost-killing squad is not recognized by the daimyo, it has been deeply rooted in the country for thousands of years, and provoking the ghost-killing squad is undoubtedly a foolish act. Not only is he afraid of the ghost-killing team itself, even if he kills the two ghost-killing team members who came to the door, there will be a steady stream of ghost-killing team members swarming. He can stop it for a while, but he can't stop it for a lifetime. Did the villagers do what I commanded? Cai Chien asked without moving. Where do they dare to disobey the orders of Lord Kazan? Guard Road. That's good, that's good. Cai Chien breathed a sigh of relief, and his face showed sorrow. My poor son, who was riddled with diseases before his death, even if he became a ghost, he could not live in peace. The guard trembled, lowering his head to hide his pale face. He also remembered that 3 months ago, His Highness was critically ill and was diagnosed with only half a month's lifespan, and Lord Cai Chien took His Highness out to seek medical treatment, and when he returned, His Highness had turned into a monster, a ghost. His Highness lost all his memories after becoming a ghost, like a newborn baby. The only difference was that for humans, His Highness had great hostility. He could feel that His Highness looked at them as they looked at domestic animals, especially what happened a week ago, which still made him shudder. Although he wanted to escape many times, but did not have the courage to give up his wealth and become a Ronin. However, it is also more and more strange to not move in front of the money. Every day, I have to go to the dungeon to accompany His Highness who has turned into a ghost for 2 hours, and let them catch those displaced people to feed His Highness. Didn't you just buy a batch of slaves before? Pick one and send it to the dungeon. Caign said without moving. Ming. I see. The guard swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said hard. Hurry, if I make my baby son wait. Caign did not move and smiled gloomily. The guard's head shook like a rattle, and the desire to survive was very strong. I will send it to His Highness immediately. You are very good, I will recommend you to Musashi-sama when Musashi-sama visits. Caign patted the guard's shoulder with satisfaction, not minding giving the guard a little hope. Lord Musashi, could it be a Kyoto sword saint? That Musashi-sama. The guard's eyes widened, and he bit his tongue because he was too surprised. That is the world-famous sword saint Musashi, the personal guard of the daimyo. The guard does not expect to worship under the Musashi gate. As long as he can get his guidance, his life will be earth-shaking. Otherwise, who else can I call Musashi-sama? Caign did not move meaningfully, a look that I value you very much, so that the guards were grateful for this sudden joy, and repeatedly said that they wanted to give everything for Caign Momo. Back in his study, Caign's unmoving expression gradually froze, and only a chilling roar like a wild beast echoed, no one can take it away from me. His life. My poor child. P.S. Let's take another leave today, only 4 more, I didn't rest well by some chores yesterday, and now the state is a little poor. Chapter 028. There is also a person in the village who has not completely succumbed to Lord Kazan, and after learning that the ghost is real, he and I have been waiting for the appearance of the ghost hunter. His name is Yakushiji Void, and his younger brother was also one of the people who died because of Kazan's son. Void is on an errand under Kaikian, and he is very familiar with Kaikian's family, and he also knows where Kaikian's son is kept. It's a lot simpler. Asahi smiled. However, some of the details that Shoto said next made Asahi notice something unusual. Kazan took the initiative to turn his son into a ghost. Asahi was also taken aback by his own conjecture, but it is not impossible to think about it. Do you have a relationship with the original ghost? Or have a relationship with the ghosts of the 12 Ghost Moon? The concentration of blood from the original ghost in the body of the winding ghost is extremely high enough to make people turn into ghosts, so it is given a special function by the original ghost to spread seeds. The winding ghost gives blood to others, and then the will of the original ghost contained in the blood is judged whether the person receiving the blood is qualified to become a ghost. This is why only the original ghosts can turn into ghosts, but in 2 towns far apart, people turn into ghosts almost at the same time. Whether it is the original ghost or the winding ghost, it is not a small matter. This task is really not as simple as it appears, one ring after another, as his own debut show, it is also. It couldn't be better. After treating his wounds, Rabbit returned to the village and went straight to the empty home of Yakushiji. However, in the empty home of the Medicine Master's temple, Choto Rabbit saw another guard of Kazan. Yakushiji Kong's face turned pale, as if he was suppressing something, until the guard left, and his fist fell the tatami. What happened? After the guard was far away, the rabbit came out. That guy wants me to deliver food to His Highness. Yakushiji said fiercely. This is a high-risk profession. Yakushiji Void had been guarding the house for Kazan a month ago, and when he was chosen, he thought that pie had fallen from the sky, and he couldn't wait to take up his post and become a guard for the Lord. It wasn't until a week ago that he realized that things weren't that simple. Why would Kazan suddenly recruit 2 guards? Because those 2 guards have already been eaten. That bastard, didn't this tell you to send to death? Trabbit also said angrily. Why don't you refuse him? This was supposed to be fed by him. Trabbit said. Yakushiji shook his head and showed a bitter smile. He threatened me with my parents. That bastard, it's really bad. Rush Rabbit calmed his mood and planned to tell the Medicine Master Temple Void and the good news about the arrival of the Ghost Killer team. I haven't been able to avenge my brother, I'm unwilling. Medicine Master Temple clenched his palms, his nails were embedded in the flesh, and he looked at the rabbit a little godlessly. N.A., rabbit, do ghost hunters really exist? Yes. Rush Rabbit's words reveal a firm and unequivocal determination. I saw it, just like the legend, black clothes, colored knives, yes, ghost hunters, they came. Rush Rabbit said, looking directly into the empty eyes of the Medicine Master Temple, I have told them what happened in the village, and now, I need your help, for revenge. As a guard, Yakushiji Void naturally cannot leave the village at will without permission, so he can only transmit information and draw up plans through the rabbit. In fact, before, the reason why he and Rabbit prepared for the arrival of the ghost swordsman was only to reduce his guilt. But now, their efforts really came in handy and became the cornerstone of burying evil spirits. P.S. Cover your face with these updates today. Chapter 029. Cai Qian's mansion was heavily guarded, permeated with a depressed range, and entered a state of imminent battle. Even if Zhen wanted to sneak in, it was extremely difficult. Those hidden corners were also illuminated by torches, there was nowhere to hide, and one of the guards was fully armed. They were ghost-killing swordsmen, but they could not kill people. It was obviously just a ghost-slaying mission, but it turned out to be related to the Lord's forces. Asahi and Mahara followed the route and time given by Cho Rabbit and successfully entered the Kazan residence during the gap period of shift change. Yakushiji was empty, and he looked anxious and waiting until Asahi and Meiho's figures gradually approached, illuminated by the firelight, and his hanging heart fell. Yes. Can I see your knives? Yakushiji Sora said carefully, biting his tongue because of nervousness. Then let's confirm whether we are members of the ghost-killing team. Asahi was the first to pull out the Nikwe knife, and Yakushiji Sora looked down to see that it was a yellow blade, and Mahara then pulled out the Nikwe knife, blue. Please follow me, the demons are now locked up in the dungeon. Medicine Master Temple said emptily, holding back the joy in his heart, but before that, you need to be wronged by the two of you. Yakushiji Sora found 2 pieces of sackcloth and wrapped Asahi and Mahara around his body, covering the Nikki knife and the Ghost Squad uniform around his waist, and at the same time summoned a rope to tie Asahi and Maka's hands with one end. In order to fill his son's belly, Kazan has been buying slaves from the mountain thieves for the past 3 months, so this is the only way to let you enter the dungeon without attracting the attention of the guarding samurai-sama. Yakushiji said apologetically. Asahi and Meiho expressed understanding. Of course, Asahi and Meiho did not fully trust the Yakushiji Void and were ready to deal with emergencies. Asahi had achieved the effect of the resident breathing method, and Maka secretly operated the breathing method. The guards and samurai encountered by the way, saw Yakushiji Void illusion leading 2 people in burlap, and also guessed what Yakushiji Void was going to do, and naturally all let them go. However, when he reached the door of the dungeon, the empty body of the Medicine Master Temple stiffened after seeing someone, the wind. Kazeno-sama. The samurai, whom Yakushiji Kafu called Kazeno-sama, beckoned to him. Asahi and Meiho also stood still for the time being, and followed Yakushiji Sora to the door of the cell. Lord Kazan is explaining the teachings to His Highness, you are waiting here. Kazeno didn't even look at Asahi and Maka, and pointed at Yakushiji Void and said in a commanding tone. What doctrine? Don't ask if you shouldn't, my knife. Feng Ye also thought that it was the Medicine Master Temple who asked him a question without knowing whether he was dead or alive, and when he looked at the voice, he suddenly looked bored. Dead people don't need to know so many things. Forget it. Asahi squeezed his wrist slightly, broke the rope, and planned to break in. Seeing this, Makoto also untied the rope that was tied to him. On the way to the dungeon door, he observed that there was an empty area with no one patrolling the dungeon entrance as the center, and other guards and samurai would deliberately stay away from the dungeon. In other words, he only needs to knock down the tall samurai in front of him, and the 2 guards behind him who guard the cell door, whatever he wants to toss in the dungeon. Taking off the sackcloth, revealing the Nikki knife on his waist, and the black team uniform, the samurai Kazeno's eyes froze, and in the next moment, Asahi had appeared on his left side, and the hilt of the Nikami knife was pressed against his abdomen. After letting out a weak moan, Kazeno rolled his eyes and fell limply to the ground. Maka, like a ghost, circled behind the 2 guards before they could react, her small hand seemingly tapping lightly on the back of their heads. Only the medicine master temple was empty, and he still looked sluggish, and did not react to the situation. This is the legendary ghost hunter. Yakushiji's empty eyes flashed with adoration, and it was as powerful as the wind and wilderness, and it was not the enemy of the rising sun. Ghost Killer Squad has not been recognized since ancient times, but why can it always exist? Strength is also an important part. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 030. I'm outside to help you watch the wind. Yakushiji Void really didn't have the courage to step into the dungeon, but he didn't want to leave a timid impression in front of the legendary Ghost Killer team members. Then please. Asahi nodded and walked into the dungeon first, followed by Maka. Okay, let's hide them first. Yakushiji looked at the 3 people who fell to the ground, rolled up his sleeves and worked hard. The cells in the dungeon are empty, but each cell has traces of habitation, and Asahi guesses that they have become the food of the ghosts as to where the prisoners have gone. Father. Dear, I'm hungry, and I want to eat fresh human flesh. Deep in the dungeon, the ghost locked in the cage is pleading with the whelp with a pitiful expression. It does not know who the person in front of it is, and the reason why it obeys him is only to fill its stomach and eat fresh human flesh without going out hunting by itself. Caign let it call father, it also called father, although he lost his memory after becoming a ghost, but some common sense was still retained, such as what does father mean, from consciousness and body to become a ghost. It naturally does not really think that Caign is its father, but for food, does not mind calling his father. Well, read this teaching with me, and after reading it, I will have people bring you food. Caign's face was doting, so that he looked a little sick. Do you still want to read it? The ghosts in the cages were a little impatient. This is the order of the Godfather, the ancestor is your lifesaver, you don't listen to your father's words, but you can't help but listen to the ancestors. Caign said without moving. I see. When it comes to the God ancestor, the ghost has obviously become much more well-behaved, since its birth. It knows that its only master is the original ghost, Lord Ghost Maisuji no Misery, and the god ancestor in the mouth of Caign, as a member of the 12 ghost moons directly guarded by Lord Wu Miserable, is also in existence that it needs to look up to and awe. The weight of the Godfather in the heart of his son is heavier than that of himself as a father, and he does not move his heart before the wealth. The cell where Tsai Fudo used to hold his son was located in the deepest part of the dungeon and was a separate space, separated by a heavy wooden door. And now, with the crunching sound, this wooden door was opened without his command. Didn't I say that you are not allowed to enter this room without my permission? The words of reprimand got stuck in the throat after seeing the Black Ghost Killer team uniform of Asahi and were stuck in the throat. Although Maka, who followed Asahi behind, looked weak, coupled with the black uniform of the Ghost Killer team and the Nikki knife on her waist, it also made Kazan feel the pressure on her not to move. I am very interested in the Godfather in your mouth, can you tell me who he is? Asahi's footsteps echoed in the narrow dungeon, and the oppressive sight made Kazan tremble. Exposed? What about my samurai? Caign asked without moving. Don't worry, we are a ghost-killing team, not a butcher. Asahi said, his gaze crossed the front and fell on the ghost in the cage, the exposed bone spurs, the hideous fangs, the body of this ghost has different degrees of alienation, which means that it has eaten a lot of humans, and even awakened the blood ghost technique. Although he looked like a lamb, Asahi was sure that he was not the weak ghost. "It's really difficult, Ghost Killer Team," I said. "You guys, do you want to make a deal with me?" Cai Kyunfu showed his cultivation as a village lord very well. "As long as you can treat what happened in this village as if it does not exist, and help me hide from the ghost killing team, I can give you a lot of money. You can't run out of money in your lifetime." Seeing that Asahi was indifferent, Cai Chien did not move to look at Zhenhan. "With this money, as long as you want, you can live a life like a noble lady. If you don't mind, I can also accept you as a righteous daughter, so that you can truly become a nobleman. This deal is a good deal. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers, today normal 5 more." Chapter 031. Makawa was also unmoved. "That's why I hate you, Ghost Killer Squad." Cai Chien did not move. The whole person was stuck in front of the cage. "I can't let it come to life. I want to hurt him. Step over my corpse from my corpse. Do you dare? Do you dare to do anything to me?" There is naturally a reason why he dares to do so. The ghost killing team has always been in a relatively awkward position. Why has the daimyo never admitted the ghost killing team positively, or is he afraid that the ghost killing team will threaten his rule? But because of the existence of ghosts, he has to acquiesce to the existence of the ghost killing team. The ghost killer team is only famous, and even in most places it is just a legend. In addition to the ghost killing team's intentional actions, there are also reasons for the great name. Although he is only a village lord, he also represents the aristocratic class of the country, and if it is not handled properly, it will cause conflicts between the country and the ghost slayer. Asahi will also use the power of the ghost killing team as an umbrella for his own growth, and naturally will not do anything harmful to the ghost killing team and affect his future in the ghost killing team. Moreover, if he were to stay alone and face the ghost Maisuji, who was closest to the perfect creature, Asahi felt that he would die a miserable death. The daimyo has long been dissatisfied with the ghost killing team, but why does the ghost killing team still exist? Because it is the existence of the ghost killing team that the ghosts have not eaten away at the country, so as long as the ghost still exists, the daimyo will definitely not attack the ghost killing team. Having said that, he is now just the lowest class of the ghost killer team. Even if his performance is obvious to all, it cannot change the fact that Asahi Ghost Killer Team has a shallow foundation. No matter what he does to Kazan, the daimyo will definitely not break with the Ghost Killer Team, but Asahi himself is afraid that the road ahead is unpredictable. But Asahi went up without hesitation and punched him. "I now believe that you took the initiative to turn your son into a ghost. Scum, you actually took the initiative to turn your own child into a ghost. Such a sad existence. Are you really in love with it?" Makoto was also rarely angry. "You are not afraid of causing disputes between the ghost killing team and this country. Successive daimyo have long been dissatisfied with the existence of the ghost killing team. Although your ghost killing team is powerful, there is no chance of victory against the country." Kazan was stunned by Asahi's punch, and saw Asahi pull out the Nikki knife and directly pounce to save Asahi's left foot. "Are you qualified to say such a thing?" Asahi unceremoniously knocked him unconscious with his scabbard and colluded with the ghost. Even the daimyo could not tolerate him. Therefore, Asahi also seems a little unscrupulous. Asahi is still too weak now. If I were a column, would this be the case? Asahi sighed. What a useless old fellow. The ghost who stayed in prison snorted coldly, revealing his nature. Forget it, sure enough, I'm still not suitable to be a good baby. The ghost's body suddenly swelled further, its slender limbs bulged, and the color of the bone spurs gradually precipitated, becoming dignified, hard and sharp. In just one breath, the ghost's body tripled in size. How? This is my vampire technique. A weak human like you can't even bear the weight of one of my fingers. Turn it into my power. It was swollen, and as Asahi thought, it had awakened the Vampademon technique. After eating 42 people, the blood of Ghost Maisuji in its body was nourished enough to strengthen it, and now, it liberated its power, and the cage built of birchwood was just a matter of whether it wanted to go out now. Although this old fellow has always called me Cai Chien Suingzin, I still prefer the name given to me by the godfather, Long. In the face of the power of the Takashi ghost, the cage is as fragile as tofu, and in front of its strong and huge body, Asahi and Meiho are just a small point. "I'll take cover," Meijin shouted. The narrow space seriously affected her play. Facing the huge physical enemy, she had the advantage, but she was also more limited by the terrain. In this cell, Junhan's strength can only be played by 3% at most. P.S. There are 2 more. Update immediately. Please collect. Ask for tips. Ask for flowers. Chapter 032. Water Breath 3 Shapes Flow Dance. This is a sword technique that can make people move at high speed like the flow of water, used by Zhenjing, and it shows the true essence, which can be attacked and retreated, and used to assist teammates to contain the enemy, which is also extremely effective. This is the breath of water, the technique of guardianship. The breath of thunder learned by Asahi is obviously more suitable for onslaught, although it is also subject to the terrain of the cell, but it has little impact. Thunder Breath Ichino Type Thunderbolt Flash Cross Slash. In the case of Meiho pinning down the enemy, while being away from the enemy at a distance, combined with the Thunderbolt Flash of the Reed celebrity Rei Cross, it is the best choice at present, both to close the distance and to carry out a fierce attack on the long ghost. Little ghost, don't fly around like a fly. Takashi Ghost was harassed by Maka, and his flexible skin was also cut into shallow wounds, and although he recovered immediately, the passive beating made Takashi Ghost a little annoyed. And as long as Long Ghost's emotions are affected, Meiko's purpose has been achieved. The yellow blade gradually turned gold, and Asahi took a step forward like thunderbolts, quickly crossing the distance between him and the Takashi Ghost. Takashi confidently blocked his arm in front of him, trying to use the bone blade for defense. Trying to nail him to the ground with bone spurs after flicking off Asahi's blade, so that Maka, who makes her feel the most irritated, is not afraid, slowly consuming her physical strength. Sooner or later not her own opponent, Takashi has seen his victory. The underground cell is such a passage, no matter what, Asahi and Maka cannot escape its palm. The ghost-killing team, at best, is only to this extent. Normally, maybe the plot of the story is really as it thinks. But that's only for the members of the ghost-killing team who are not very strong. As a newborn and captive ghost, Long Ghost is not as powerful as the physical expression. The characteristic of Thunder's breath is an explosion. And Asahi did not have the slightest reservation, and at this moment, he burst out his most powerful power. The blade slashed through its arm without hindrance, and although the expected scene did not appear, Takashi controlled his other arm and stabbed towards Asahi. Asahi leaned back, climbed up Takashi's thick wrist against the incoming bone spurs, and then slashed towards Takashi's neck. Thunder Breath Ichino Type Thunderbolt flashed. "My bones are very hard." Before he had time to hinder Asahi, the bone spurs on Takashi's body suddenly shrank in a circle, and its neck swelled as if it had filled with something. At this time, Meiho also appeared on the neck of the Takashi Ghost. Water Breath 1 Type Water Surface Slash. Zhenjing's blow revealed the cervical vertebrae that were still squirming. One blow is continuous, then 2 blows are constant, then 3 blows are coming. Thunder Breath 2 Type Rice Soul. In an instant, Asahi slashed out a lightning-like continuous slash. Indeed, the spine that Takashi specially strengthened was particularly hard. It was not regenerated, but supplemented with bones from other parts of the body. Even with a ripple bonus, it was difficult to cut down with one blow, but it was limited to that. A huge head flew away and landed on Cai Qian's immobile body, smashing him awake. Monsters! Cai Qian did not move to recognize his changed son for the first time, and quickly climbed back in fear. It wasn't until he looked at the huge body that was dissipating into ashes, as well as Asahi and Maka, that he recognized its identity from the shallow square marks on the skull. Father. Kiss. When death came, Long Ghost looked at Caign without moving. His expression was as stunned as watching a horse lantern, and he didn't know what he saw. Listening to the words of father shouted out before the Long Ghost disappeared, Caign climbed to the place where the Long Ghost's head disappeared, holding the head that no longer existed and crying with tears in his heart. He tasted the bitter fruit. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers, and one more. Chapter 033. Asahi and Mahara stayed in the village for the time being, guarding Chosen until the headquarters of the Ghost Killer team sent someone to arrive. The nerves of the Ghost Killer team were touched. And the people who came to pick them up also surprised Asahi very much, and Maka's master, the previous generation of water pillar Taki near G. Mr. Takagi, why? Meiho was a little surprised. The pillars all have tasks, it will take time to return, the narrow mist mountain is the closest to here, and I will be in charge of this incident for the time being until the arrival of the large army. Taki said in a slightly spoiled tone as he wore a Tengu mask. Thank you so much for this mission. Although there was some discord with the good teacher, this did not affect his evaluation of Asahi. Meiho is taken care of by you. Being able to bring this complex task to an end so perfectly, Takizo had to admit that the old thing of the good master had really found an envious heir. No, Makoto was already investigating in the village for half a day before I arrived. Asahi waved his hand and said modestly. I'll handle the rest of the matter. Taki said recently, taking over the custody of Bumoto from Asahi Zen. It has only been 2 days since the killing of Long Ghost, but it seems that he has changed his person, his eye sockets are deeply sunken, his eyes are blank, and the whole person can be seen to lose a lot of weight with the naked eye, as if the walking dead. I knew why I was here today, ghosts are a curse, a torture. Seeing this, Taki sighed recently, but he couldn't let Kazan die like this, at least until he got the information he wanted. Kazan had to live without moving. Asakuni thought that after Takizo received the money and did not move, he could also leave. However, as the submission completer, Asahi needs to go to the headquarters of the Ghost Killer team, and Makoto is the same. There is also Ryo Rabbit. After cutting off Takashi Ghost to solve the root of the problem, Trouch Rabbit also asks Asahi and Maka how they can join them. The potential of the rabbit, naturally needless to say, Asahi also gave birth to the idea of leaving the rabbit for the good teacher, but the good teacher obviously has his own plans, so he can only give up. This mission was also possible to complete thanks to Tenra, so Maken also agreed with Pickle very much, and planned to introduce Pickle to Zoom Taki near G, but before the letter was sent, Taki Zojinji came by himself. Although Mataka has not been in contact with Tomioka Yoshiyuki for a long time, Mataki is also deeply troubled by the negative personality of his little junior disciple, hoping that Tungo can change him. Makai mentioned his little junior brother, and Asahi remembered that the reason why Tomioka Yoshiyuki could become a water column in the original book was also inseparable from the influence of the rabbit, and it can also be said that the rabbit achieved the water column Tomioka Yoshiyuki. 2 more days passed, and the team from the Ghost Killer team arrived. The leader of the team is the current Yanzu Purgatory Maki Shawaro, a man who burns like a flame, but at this moment, there is a gloom between his eyebrows that cannot be dissipated, so that the whole person has a sense of decadence. What's wrong, Maki Soro? It's not like you. Naturally, Takizo is no stranger to Purgatory Maki Toshiro, but he and the good master are particularly strict with Purgatory Maki Shawaro. Is it difficult? Yahuo's condition. Purgatory Maki nodded bitterly. It's hard work, but you have to cheer up. You are a role model for the Kyojuro brothers. Izuku didn't know how to comfort Purgatory Maki Toshiro and sighed. Purgatory Maki Toshiro did not reply, but silently clenched his fists. The user of Breath of Fire, the contemporary flame pillar Purgatory Maki Toshiro. Asahi saw him from afar, and his impression of this contemporary Yanzu was still stuck in the image of the Ghost Slayer blade. Bumishi will be pressed to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team by Purgatory Maki Toshiro and Taki Zyuoji. One is the current Yanzu and the other is the former water pillar, which shows how much the ghost-killing team attaches importance to this incident. After all, this incident may involve Oni Maisuji no tragedy. Although, Asahi felt that it was more likely to be one of the 12 Oni moons. And among them, I am afraid that there is only one who will be called the Godfather. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 034. You are a disciple of the good teacher, Asahi. That's right, you're Mr. Purgatory, I've heard about you from the good master. With such a relationship as a good teacher, Purgatory Makijiro is also more enthusiastic about Asahi. Well done. The merits of this mission are not small. Asahi, you still have a record of killing centipedes in the ghost-killing team. This time you will be promoted to the XIN position when you go back. Purgatory Maki Shaoro said again, it's really remarkable. When I was promoted to Shin, it took me a month. Yanju said this kind of words in his mouth, then I am afraid that it is right. The Asahi ghost-killing team has 10 levels, XIN is the 8th rank, and Asahi directly skips the non-position. Come on, the columns are waiting for someone who can take their place. After saying some words of encouragement, Purgatory Maki Toshiro returned to the large group and began to lead the team back. XIN way, this is too fast, I was left behind by you again. Makai was also happy for Asahi. Congratulations. Thanks to your blessing, I can probably be promoted to the position of none. Meiho said that there was no such excesses as Asahi and jumped directly one level, but it was also exciting. This was her first mission. That. Excuse me, that person. Who is it? Trabit asked. Mr. Purgatory, the current Yanzu. Asahi said. Yanzu. The pillar, that is, the pillar that supports the ghost-killing team, the title that can only be held by the strongest 9 swordsmen in the ghost-killing team, and the word in front of the column is the breathing genre they each represent. Asahi said that Chodo Rabbit had also been accepted as a disciple by Takizo recently, so there was no need to hide this kind of thing from him. By the way, Mr. Taki practices the breath of water, which means that if we become pillars, we will be called water pillars. Makita said. I am breath of thunder. Asahi rode. Leiju, right. Rush Rabbit replied. That's right. The 9 strongest swordsmen in the ghost-killing team. The rabbit showed a look of longing. Don't be so ambitious, whether you can join the ghost-killing team depends on your own efforts, Mr. Taki is very strict. Makamai reminded. Yes. On the way to the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad, he also encountered a ghost attack, but with Purgatory Maki Toshiro and Takizo near G, there was no chance to strike Asahi either. Mr. Purgatory, back. Greeting the team was also the pillar of the ghost-killing team. Why Asahi is so sure, just look at his clothes, the Nikawa knife on his waist indicates that he is a member of the ghost killer team, and the characteristic clothes indicate that he has the right to wear personal clothes as he likes. This is something that only a column with great power can be acquiesced into. After arriving at the headquarters of the ghost killer team, Taki left with the rabbit. Asahi and Meiho waited for the pillar conference. This time will not be too short, after all, they still need to interrogate the financial situation without moving. Although the ghost-killing team will not kill him because of collusion with the ghost, I am afraid that he will not live long without a trial if he does not move, and after Long Ghost, that is, his son, was beheaded, he contracted a heart disease and there was no cure. The days of waiting for the summons are boring, and take advantage of this opportunity to wander around the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad. 1,2,3 A steady and powerful shout drew Asahi's attention, and a boy with medium-long blonde hair and red hair like flames was swinging the wooden knife in his hand again and again. which could not help but bring back memories of Asahi, who had repeated this action in Momoyama a year ago. "Hey, are you okay? Are you lost?" A voice in his ear pulled Asahi out of his memories, and the teenager was waving at him. "When I first met, I was Purgatory Kyo's hero, and I was targeting the Yanzu and was in the process of cultivation." Purgatory Kyojuro saw the characters printed on the Asahi Ghost Killer Team uniform. "Are you a newcomer?" Chapter 035. Asahi, newcomer to the Ghost Killer Team. Asahi said, looking at Purgatory Kyojiro's eyes also had some inexplicable looks. Asahi still admires Purgatory Kyojuro very much, just like the breath of flame he practiced. Purgatory Kyojuro burns himself like a flame to illuminate others. Until the last moment of his life, he was protecting others, using his last ounce of strength, burning the last drop of blood, and fighting against the monster of the ghost, the third of the 12 ghost moons. Although he was defeated, he also managed to repel the Upper Chord 3 without letting anyone die. Purgatory Kyo's hero, be regarded as your senior, join the ghost killing team in the final trial 1 period earlier than you. Purgatory Kyo's hero said with a hearty smile. He hadn't seen Asahi in the last final trial, so it's not hard to guess that Asahi stood out in the final trial of this issue and joined the Ghost Slayer. "If you don't mind, come in and have a cup of tea." Purgatory Kyojuro invites Asahi to his home. "Excuse me." Asahi did not refuse, and as Purgatory Kyojuro walked into the courtyard, he also saw a little boy with an 8-point resemblance to Purgatory Kyojuro playing in front of the pond. "Senjuro, don't get too close to the pond, be careful of falling into it," Purgatory Kyojuro reminded, and after getting a response from his brother, he smiled at Asahi and said, "Please come in." Inside the house, a woman dressed in a kimono with a similar resemblance to Purgatory Kyojuro was leaning against the wall and panting, seeing Purgatory Kyojuro struggling to squeeze out a smile, and was also a little surprised after seeing Asahi. "Oh, there is a guest. Is it Kyo's hero, your friend?" "Mother!" Purgatory Kyo's hero exclaimed and walked quickly to his mother's side, and said with concern, "The doctor has said, you need to recuperate, and please go back to the bedroom to rest." "My body, I know very well, I don't want to lie in the bedroom until I die." Purgatory Kyojuro's mother looked pale, and it seemed that she was using all her strength just by breathing. "But..." Purgatory Kyojuro still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by his mother. "Just help me to the flower garden and let Senjuro take care of me, treat guests well. It's rare to see young people of the same generation come to the house as guests. You kid is good at everything. It's because my affairs have delayed my private life, and I don't have a friend who can speak." "I see." Purgatory Kyojuro is well aware that the decisions his mother makes will not change. Purgatory Kyojuro picked up his mother and walked towards the outside of the house. Passing by Asahi's side, she suddenly said, "This child, although a little hot-blooded, but actually a very good child, I hope you two can get along well. I still see this child for the first time to invite others to come to the house as a guest, as a mother, but really relieved. I don't want this child to become a lonely person because of my drag." "Mother." Purgatory Kyojuro was a little embarrassed, but also a little depressed. No matter how Asahi hears this passage, it seems to be explaining the aftermath. "I will." Asahi responded solemnly. This is an admirable mother. Purgatory Kyojuro is undoubtedly a genius in the true sense. Since childhood, she has a power far beyond ordinary people. It is she who taught Purgatory Kyojuro that the powerful power should be used to protect the weak. Let Purgatory Kyojuro use this power on the right path, and until the last second of his life, he is clinging to his agreement with his mother. The strength of Purgatory Kyojuro's heart and body was all shaped by this mother's own hands. "Thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting." After sending his mother to the flower garden and calling his brother to take care of him, Purgatory Kyo's hero returned to the house apologetically and made a cup of tea for Asahi. "No, or family affairs are more important. My aunt's physical condition does not seem to be good, Do you really not have to accompany her? I can visit again the next day. Asahi wrote. Mother's decision, even I can't change it. Purgatory Kyojuro shook his head. P.S. The characterization of Ghost Slayer Blade is really great, which is one of the reasons I like this work. I almost cried when I saw Purgatory Kyo's hero die in battle. Purgatory Kyojuro does not appear much, but it is definitely one of my favorite characters. Chapter 036. It turns out that Asahi, you are the new person my father talked about some time ago. Speaking of the final assessment, Purgatory Kyo's hero said excitedly. He heard Asahi's name from his father, Purgatory Maki Toshiro, although it was clear that his father was complaining at the time. That's awesome. Purgatory Kyojuro said sincerely, now that he thought about it, if he had taken the initiative to hunt ghosts like Asahi in the beginning, he might have been able to save more people. Let's try our swordsmanship. Purgatory Kyojuro suggested, expectant eyes making Asahi. There is simply no way to refuse. Good. Asahi hadn't tried swordsmanship with others for a long time, and his body was eager to try it after Purgatory Kyojuro suggested. The backyard of the Purgatory family is a martial arts training ground, and it is usually here that Purgatory Kyo's hero receives the training of Purgatory Maki Shaoro, but since his mother fell ill a year ago, Purgatory Maki Shaoro has gradually lost the energy to take care of him, and usually Purgatory Kyojuro exercises alone in the yard and this martial arts training ground with Purgatory Maki Shaoro's codex. What a nostalgia, wooden knife. Asahi poses as a Read celebrity. I'm coming. Purgatory Kyojuro said, swooping forward, and the wooden knife in his hand slashed towards Asahi's neck. It was the breath of flame Ichino type who did not know the fire. The breath of flame and the breath of thunder are still relatively close and similar to some extent. Fighting with swordsmen, Asahi still prefers to use Read celebrities. At the moment when Purgatory Kyojuro approached swinging his sword, Asahi changed his posture and assumed the posture of Read celebrity Noboru Koi. If the purpose of the Read famous stream is to carry out a quick pursuit after the Read attack, the Read famous dragon is to add a quick blow after the bounce attack. The impact of the wooden knife made a muffled sound, and Asahi's face changed slightly, abandoning the idea of pursuing and elbowing instead. Purgatory Kyojuro blocked his right hand in front of his abdomen, and while eating the elbow blow, he used his strength to open the distance. The power of Purgatory Kyojuro is much stronger than Asahi imagined. Is this the power of the Yanzu that can compete with the three of the upper winds in the future? Don't fight, it's too cunning. Purgatory Kyo's hero said helplessly, you are simply a sword skill against people, I use the ghost-slaying sword technique to fight you, it is too much of a loss. In response to Purgatory Kyojuro, a sword technique similar to that of Flame Breath Ichino type fire is a blow. Thunder Breath Ichino type thunderbolt flashed. That's right. Purgatory Kyojuro rose in battle and greeted him. The battle lasted from noon to afternoon, ending in Purgatory Kyojuro's physical exhaustion. Purgatory Kyo's hero has not been able to reside on the breathing method. After all, it has only been a year since he came into contact with the breathing method, and he is still relying on his father's codex to cultivate alone. If nothing else, staying power is Asahi's strong point. After saying goodbye to Purgatory Kyo's hero and returning to his room, Asahi is told that the Pillar Council will be held tomorrow, and that he and Magan will appear as mission completers to be questioned by the Lord and the Pillars. Although the mission has been clearly stated, the process still has to go. Under the order of the Lord, the Pillars returned to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, and the 9 Pillars were complete. This kind of lineup, Rao is Asahi is also a little drumming in his heart. Makai is even more nervous that he didn't sleep well one night, and the next day came to the scene of the column meeting with 2 black circles in Asahi the next day. The first thing Asahi saw was the rock pillar that introduced him to the good teacher, and beside him were the pillar of Purgatory Makisoro, and the pillar who came to greet their team. Among them, only 4 of them have an impression. In addition to the rock pillar and the flame pillar, they are the sound pillar and the wind pillar, and they appear as pillars in the Demon Slayer Blade chapter. Sorrowful Yuki and Purgatory Mizuro nodded to Asahi in greeting. At the end of the left and right rows of pillars, a young man with short black hair, sitting cross-legged next to him. Asahi was very familiar. It was Sayashiki Tenin who presided over his final trial, and naturally there was only one person who could be served by her. P.S. The update is indeed a little late, there are still 5 more, I try to update as early as possible, sorry. Chapter 037. So, let's get started. Izayashiki Yaya said, directly asking Asahi and Magan to begin to narrate the mission. Meiho arrives half a day earlier than Asahi, so start with Maka. After exiting the column meeting, Meiho was still a little confused. Is this the end of it? The pillars and Yayashiki listened quietly to Asahi without the details written in the report. However, Asahi concealed the identity of the godfather in the mouth of Bumo, at least, he could not say it now, otherwise Asahi would not be able to explain the origin of the information at all. After Asahi finished his report, he also withdrew from the meeting, and all that was left was the discussion between the main birth house Shiki Yaya and the pillars. Soon, a new mission was issued, and Magan said goodbye to Asahi and left the headquarters first, and Asahi also said goodbye to Purgatory Kyojuro and left the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad. Not only is it a new mission, but Asahi has also been given a permanent mission to capture weak ghosts and throw them into the Fuji Attack Mountain. Thunder Breath 1 Type Thunderbolt Flash 9 Lien. The lightning-like figure shuttled back and forth in the forest, and the afterimage produced at extremely fast speed made the ghost a little overwhelmed, and then a golden Nikkeku knife cut through its neck and removed its head. Task complete. Asahi put the knife into its sheath and left after the ghost's body turned into ashes, and the black ghost killing team uniform was printed with a letter of E. A. B. Propylene pentyl hexanoxin non-dis grade 10, Asahi now seems to be in the 5th class. Time, more than half a year passed, came winter. Speaking of which, this year's final trial is about to begin. Asahi muttered, remembering the 2 sisters Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu, and Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu would participate in this final trial. Asahi had always exchanged letters with them, and of course, in order not to disturb their sisters' practice, Asahi was also strictly controlling the number of letters. The last letter they sent mentioned that they had been recognized by the cultivator and qualified to go to the final trial. I don't know if the ghosts of Fuji Attack Mountain have been added. Asahi also symbolically caught 2 ghosts and threw them into the Vine Attack Mountain. I haven't been back to Momoyama for a long time, I don't know if the good master has ever gone back. Since the departure of the good teacher, he has not contacted Asahi and does not know what to do where, which is also helpless. After leaving the school myself, I let myself go. The Nikawa knife is also very worn, and it is time to find Taiakumarai to reforge a Nikawa knife. In the past half a year, Asahi has killed a total of 30 ghosts, of which only 3 ghosts are ghosts with blood ghost skills. According to this progress, I don't know how long it will take to fill the progress bar. Sure enough, it was still necessary to kill the 12 ghosts of the Ghost Moon level. But having said that, it is not an easy task to encounter the 12 Ghost Moon. Even if Asahi knew who the Winding was, he didn't know where they were, and he didn't feel that he had grown to the point where he could kill the Winding ghosts. The most troublesome thing about the Winding ghosts is their resilience, and in the Ghost Slayer Blade chapter, Purgatory Kyo's hero is defeated by the recovery ability of the Third Wind. However, Asahi possesses the ripple breathing method, which can curb the regeneration of ghosts, which is also verified by a supernatural ghost who has awakened the blood demon technique that restores the relevant abilities. The more he used the ripple breathing method, the more Asahi felt the ripple's restraint against the ghost. Increases damage to ghosts while curbing their regeneration, with an effect somewhat similar to Kagura, the god of fire, used by the protagonist in the original book, which is suspected to be the sword technique of Breath of the beginning of the Breath of the Sunday. The ripple effect is similar to sunlight, and in contrast, Asahi really thinks that Kagura, the god of fire, will be the legendary breath of the sun. You know, the 5 basic breaths are actually imitations of the breath of the sun, or inferior imitations. It's not that the 5 basic breaths are completely inferior to the breath of the sun, but the 5 basic breaths have not inherited the natural restraint of the breath of the day on ghosts. This is also confirmed in some ancient books that record the breath of the sun. P.S. Some Kavan, sorry. Chapter 038. The houses in Momoyama were covered with dust, and it seemed that the good master had not returned for most of the year, and Asahi cleaned up and came to the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad. To say what kind of major events happened to the ghost killing team during this time, that is, Yanzu abdicated. But fortunately, there is still Purgatory Kyojuro there, and Purgatory Kyojuro has also shown good potential and strength, otherwise being the main birthhouse Shiki-Yaya may really be nerve-wracking. Because of the mission, Purgatory Maki Toshiro did not see his wife for the last time, and when he returned to the ghost killer team, all he saw was his wife's tombstone. It was precisely because of the guilt for Purgatory Maki Toshiro that Izaya Shiki-Yaya allowed Purgatory Maki Toshiro's abdication. And in his current state, Purgatory Maki Toshiro is indeed no longer able to serve as the pillar of the ghost-killing team, and after his wife's death, it seems to have taken Purgatory Maki Shaoru's heart. Purgatory Maki Toshiro became self-defeating, and he was not even willing to teach Purgatory Kyo's hero anymore. The last time Asahi saw Purgatory Kyojuro was a month ago, and the earth-shaking changes in the family did not hit Purgatory Kyojuro, but exercised his heart even more, in order to abide by the agreement with his mother, implement his beliefs, and also in order to replace his father. He began a crazy exercise, and now he is also a D-level. Asahi did not see Purgatory Kyojuro at the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, because the number of ghosts in Fuji Attack Mountain is insufficient, and Purgatory Kyojuro has recently been frantically catching ghosts and throwing them into Fuji Attack Mountain. The pillars are the same, seeing that the final trial is next month. The number of ghosts in the Vine Attack Mountain does not meet the requirements of the trial. After leaving a letter to Kyo's hero in Purgatory, Senjuro of Purgatory sets off for the village of the Sword Forger. However, in the village of the Sword Forger, Asahi was told that Tetsu Kyumri was now in retreat and did not know when he would be out. Tetsu Kyumri's companion, Hitaru Gangzuka, received Asahi and checked the wear of the Nikawa knife for Asahi. There is indeed a need for reforging. Hitaru Izuka judged, thought for a moment and said to Asahi, "It's better for you to live in the village for 2 days now. To be honest, I don't know where that guy from Iron Cave Mori is retreating in the mountains, and it will take a lot of time to find him." "That's fine." Asahi accepted Hitaru Gangzuka's suggestion. The middle section of the blade body has become weaker than other areas after long-term use, and it may be in danger of being broken if it experiences a fierce battle, such as fighting with the 12 Ghost Moon. Therefore, for Asahi to recast the Nikki knife, it is extremely necessary. Asahi has also reported this matter to the ghost-killing team, and will not distribute tasks to Asahi until the knife reforging is completed. The village of the Knife Forger often accepts members from the ghost-killing team, so naturally there are also places to exercise. However, when Asahi arrived, there was already a person occupying the place, Otoju Uru Tenjin. Originally the last descendant of a ninja, he joined the ghost killer team at the invitation of Yayashiki, the main birth house, and soon became a member of the pillar after practicing breathing techniques based on the original brutally honed and powerful body. Ulu Tenjin uses the breath of sound that extends from the basic breath, which is his original breathing genre that suits him best. However, the thing that impressed him the most was, this guy actually has 3 wives. Yes, 3, all of them are ninjas like Utsumi Tenjin. An enviable guy. Asahi calmed his mood a little and secretly said that he still had Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu. As a former ninja, Uru Tenjin still had a certain degree of vigilance, and after discovering Asahi, he stopped moving. "Is this the practice of ninjas?" Asahi said, seeing that Utsumi Tenjin was like a swift ape crossing the rock wall, climbing high mountains, and coping with various terrains with ease. Yes, it's so similar to where I lived when I was a ninja, I can't help but want to remember what it feels like to be a ninja. Yurido Tenshindao's gaze then fell on Asahi's body. The last time I saw you, it was still. P.S. Awesome Kaven. Chapter 039. The next time you see me, maybe I'll be a pillar. Asahi wrote. Then do you want to be my heir? Ulu Tianyuan said. Asahi gave him a blank look. I want to take a back seat so soon. The inheritance of a column requires not only a certain rank, but also the recognition of the column, being chosen by a column as his heir and inheriting the position of the column. After inheriting the position of the pillar, it will be named the breathing method. The Ulu Tianyuan is the breath of sound, that is, the pillar of sound. Asahi is the breath of thunder, and the pillar position that inherits the Ulu Tianyuan will not be the pillar of sound, but the pillar of thunder. After all, you know, I have 3 wives. Ulu Tianyuan said. Then I can't be your heir. I don't care, but Asahi is really envious. That's really a pity. When you change your attention, you can come to me at any time. Ulu Tianyuan shrugged, not causing a nasty consciousness at all. It will take a lot of time for my Nikawa sword to be reforged, I said. Do you want to try to challenge the trial of the sound column? The practice of ninja is very good for mastering the center of gravity of the body. The column's individual special training, Asahi naturally accepted it gladly. However, on the second day, Yurido Tenjin's Nikwe knife had been reforged, but Taiakuzan still didn't know where it was on this mountain. Asahi had to practice ninja practice every day according to the method taught by Utsumi Tenjin to exercise the coordination of all parts of the body. Of course, Asahi also did not forget to use the breath of thunder to exert his physical strength while practicing ninja practice. After achieving the permanent residence of the breathing method, if you want to improve your strength, you can only continuously improve the fit between the breathing method and the body. The higher the fit, the stronger the effect of the breathing method. Just like Purgatory Kyo's hero, it can be said that it is the masterpiece of the Purgatory family, and the fit for the breath of Yan is naturally extremely high, and it has advanced by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. There are also descendants of the user of the breath of the sun who appeared in the original book, and became a pillar after holding the knife for 2 months. Yes. As night fell, Asahi lay on the rock wall like an octopus, and his day's practice had drained almost all his strength, but the more he did this, the more he could not disturb his breathing. Faintly, there seemed to be a thunderous sound coming from Asahi's body, which was proof that Thunder's breath was constantly in tune with his body. Asahi-sama, Lord Tetsukumri has been found, and he is now rushing to the village. A member of Hidden came to inform Asahi. Seeing Asahi lying on the rock wall with exhausted physical strength, I couldn't help but admire that the members who became Kane were people who did not have the talent of swordsmen, and they knew very well what kind of effort it took to become a ghost-killing swordsman, and what dangers they had to face when rushing to the front line, so they joined the logistics department to provide solid and reliable backing for the ghost swordsmen who fought on the front line. Is it finally here? Asahi barely supported himself and used his ripple breath and thunder breath to regain his strength, and it took half an hour to move freely. And the hidden members have been waiting on the sidelines. Back in the village of the knife forger, Tetsukumri rushed over and gave Asahi a warm hug. You are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. His forging knife technology is constantly improving, but he does not want to forge a Nikawa knife for Asahi all the time, and he has been waiting for this opportunity. Of course, Tetsu-sen does not deny that he wants to see Asahi not only to reforge a knife for Asahi, but also to show off the golden Nikawa knife to his companions. Asahi handed the Nikwe knife to Tetsu-sen. As the forger of this knife, Tetsukumri is undoubtedly the one who knows the structure of this knife best, and through the naked eye observation and touch, he knows how this Nikawa knife has changed during the time with Asahi. Not only did the middle of the blade become weaker, but the blade was also blunted a lot. P.S. Wow, the weather is stuffy, the air conditioner is still broken, the whole person is dizzy, today's update may not be adjusted. Chapter 040. So your kid is the holder of the golden Nikkeku. Hitaru Tsukashika hurriedly came over after hearing from Tetsu-sen that Asahi was the owner of the golden Nikawa knife in his mouth. Quick, let me see, golden Nikawa knife. Hitaru Steeltsuka has a deep attachment to the color of knives, like Tetsu Kyumri, and the greatest pleasure is the different colors of Nikki knives. The golden Nikkeku knife, this is the first time it has appeared. The knife has been handed over to Mr. Tetsu Sr. Asahi waved his hand, helplessly. That old fellow, deliberately hanging my appetite. The eyes under the mask of the iron Tsukasa Firefly man widened and said angrily. Tai-Sun-sen is afraid that he has not entered the forging hut now. Although Hitaru Izuka has unused Nikki knives in their hands, their owners have long decided that Hitaru Izuka cannot break the rules for their own selfish desires. You can only wait for the Iron Cave Forest reforging to be completed. A week later, Tetsu Kyumri appeared with a brand new Nikawa knife. However, Hitaru Steeltsuka is not in the village of the knife forger. In fact, as early as 2 days ago, Tetsu Kyumri reforged the Asahi Nikwe knife, but he deliberately waited until Hitaru Steeltsuka left the village of the knife forging man. Hitaru Izuka went to deliver the Nikwe knife, but he would not be able to return for a while. The forging knife people who remained in the village of the forgers all put down their work and gathered to see how beautiful the golden Nikawa knife really was. Tetsu Mori had never been so arrogant, and handed the Nikwe knife to Asahi in front of all the knife forging people. Let them see, our crystallization. Tai-Shusen said loudly. The appearance of the Nikawa knife is still familiar, and the handle and blade have not changed. Although it has been recast, the feeling it gives Asahi has not changed. The ripples spread, and Asahi felt the inner changes of the knife. Really, golden. The color of the knife changed from yellow to gold. This is such a thing, I have never heard of it, the color of the knife will change twice. The forging knife people talked about it a lot, and the eyes that looked at Asahi were different. As forging knife people, they naturally know that it is not that there is anything strange about the Nikwe knife forged by Iron Cave Sen, but that it is because of Asahi that the Nikwe knife has changed. Iron Cave Sen's luck is really good. Such a swordsman, how can I not run into it? This is an irreproducible miracle. The knife, I took it. Asahi is still extremely satisfied with this reforge, which will be nearly a year. Not only he is growing, but also Tetsu Kyumri. Are you leaving? Iron Cave Morido. Asahi nodded. It's been a good ride. After getting the knife, Asahi returns to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer, and Purgatory Kyo's hero returns home once during Asahi's absence, but leaves in a hurry. This time when he came to the Purgatory's house, Asahi saw Purgatory Maki Toshiro sitting by the flower garden, seemingly remembering something. The man's flame was completely extinguished, leaving only ash. The flower garden thought that it had been left untended for a long time and overgrown with weeds. Asahi politely called him Mr. Purgatory, but Purgatory Makijiro seemed to have no intention of taking care of Asahi, and Asahi was used to his appearance. Leaving a gift for visitation, Asahi says goodbye to Purgatory Senjuro. Purgatory Senjuro does not have the qualifications to become a swordsman, and he also knows very well that the only thing he can do is take care of his family so that his brother, Purgatory Kyojuro, can carry out his tasks with peace of mind. Mr. Sorrowful Minjayu. Returning from the Purgatory house to his residence at the Ghost Killer Squad headquarters, Sorrowful Yuzinga was waiting for him. He came to seek Asahi help. This is a report that has been transmitted back implicitly, and the object is suspected to be the 12 Ghost Moon. I need your help, Asahi. P.S. Stuffy dizziness, to die, the update may be a little later. Chapter 041. The pillar of the ghost killing team, the ability is naturally undoubted. But there are some things that cannot be easily solved by one person. For example, the task received by this sorrowful journey. Asahi carefully looked at Keiko's report and also felt strange. Multiple ghosts wreak havoc while chasing something. Although the ghost-killing team has sent people to fight, more ghosts are still gathering, and just yesterday, 10 swordsmen lost contact with the ghost-killing team, and all the information pointed to one ghost. While exploring what the ghost is looking for, killing the powerful ghost that is suspected to be a member of the 12 Ghost Moon, this is the task that Sorrowful Yuzingyu has received. The strength of the Sorrowful Yuzingyu is naturally undoubted, but the efficiency of one person performing this task is too low, so the Sorrowful Yuxing meditates until Asahi, who has just returned to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team from the village of the Knife Forger. If he could, he would like to recruit more companions, but it was too late. Teaming up with the strongest pillar to fight the suspected 12 Oni moon ghosts, Asahi simply can't refuse. The lower string ghost looks for an opportunity to grab people's heads, and the upper string ghost has sorrow and singing, and Asahi believes that even if he is undefeated, he can retreat with his whole body. It was finally possible to participate in a mission involving the 12 Ghost Moons, and this opportunity must be seized by Asahi. When to go? Asahi asked. Now. Based on the ghost's advance route, Katamu deduced that the ghost's next stop was Nara Castle. It is where the Asahi dream begins. Lord Chinchi, it's getting dark, so we might as well camp here. On the trade road outside Nara Castle, a caravan pulling a long convoy is slowly moving forward. It was already dusk, and under the twilight light, the whole world was dyed a dull yellow, which was originally a beautiful scene, but it was stained with a lingering haze on everyone in the caravan. Because night is about to fall. Why, Nara Castle is obviously not far away. Known as Tsunia-sama is a teenager dressed in a kimono that shows the romantic characteristics of Taisho. This is... The caravan consul was about to explain, but was interrupted by Odakiri's eye. Are you afraid? Odakiri's face seemed to have disdain, with the unruliness that he should have at his age. As a member of my Odakiri's clan, I am afraid of that ethereal ghost. Seeing that the caravan consul was silent, Changshi snorted coldly. Even if there is really a ghost, so what? If it dares to come, I will let it monitor how sharp the knife in my hand is. That's right, even if there are ghosts, beheaded, my knife has not drunk the blood of ghosts. The one who spoke was a samurai dressed in rattan armor and wearing a hood on his head, Oda Kirito. Uncle Sama. Oda Kirishi showed a respectful expression, and he couldn't see that there was still a trace of arrogance left. Although I am not afraid, I have to guard against it, pass on the order, and let the guards fight the spirit of 12. Unlike Oda Kirito, he knew that ghosts were real, but he had never encountered them, and he had heard of the ferocity of ghosts, but he did not think so. In addition to having confidence in his own strength, he also has confidence in the samurai of the Odakiri clan. Odakiriji spoke, and the caravan consul could only take orders. I hope there will be no problems, and the caravan consul can only pray. When night falls, the silent night purifies people's minds, and Odakirishi even feels that the air is much sweeter, making people involuntarily take a deep breath. The environment here is so good, uncle, let's build a villa here. Odakirishi said. Nice proposal. When I am old, I will come here to spend my old age in peace. Odakiriji also had some intentions. They didn't notice that in the darkness, a pair of cyan eyes were looking at them. That's it, take a big breath. P.S. Let's take a leave today, there are only 3 more. Chapter 042. Cyan eyes and miserable grey skin all highlight its identity. In particular, the word lower string engraved in the right eye makes its identity look unusual. On its body, 2 bud-like organs are emitting a milky white mist, which is difficult to detect at night. This is poison, chronic poison. A poison that can gradually paralyze the human body. It was by relying on this poison that it survived the siege of the ghost-killing team, and even killed them back. 2 guards are tired. The caravan consul reported. Useless guys, I can't suffer from this, I'll fire them when I go back. Oda Kirishi snorted coldly. Oda Kiriji suddenly fell off his horse and began to twitch non-stop, and his eyes became dull. Uncle! Oda Tsuneya exclaimed, dismounted, and shouted at the rear of the convoy, what about the doctor? However, what happened next made Oda Kirishi's forehead break out in cold sweat. Both horses and people fell limply to the ground, convulsing constantly. What happened? Gradually, Oda Kirishi also felt that his body lost consciousness and his consciousness became blurred, and before he completely fell into a coma, he saw a figure coming from the forest. The one who can get the reward of Lord Wu Miserable must be my Misty Smell. Mist did not enjoy the feast immediately, and even had little appetite at the moment. It looked in the direction of Nara Castle, its eyes seemed to have flames burning, and the task issued by Oni Maisuji was determined to be obtained. As one of the 12 ghost moons, although the fog smell has received supreme glory, but at the same time, the potential of the fog smell has been developed. No matter how much he eats people, he cannot improve his strength, and even with the passage of time, his strength has declined somewhat. If it goes on like this, it will definitely be removed from the 12 ghost moon by Lord Wu Miserable. This kind of thing, in the 12 ghost moon courts, is an extremely common thing. Unlike the winding ghosts that have not changed their lineup for hundreds of years, it is not surprising that the ghosts of their winding are suddenly replaced one day. Therefore, the mist smell needs more blood, more ghost Maisuji's blood, only then can it continue to stay in the position of the 12 ghost moon. And now, an opportunity is in front of it, and the ghost called the fugitive appears in the realm where it operates. For this fugitive, Mistway doesn't know much, but knows that the reason why the fugitive is called fugitive is because she is out of the control of Lord Wu Miserable. For hundreds of years, Lord Wu Miserable has been hunting her. However, it is not like this time, and the ghosts who issue a mission to all the ghosts, and bring the fugitive to the front of Lord Senseless, will be given more blood. I don't know what the fugitive did, which caused the wrath of Lord Wu. More blood means more strength, and it doesn't even need to worry about being removed from the 12 ghost moon, and it can even challenge the ghost who firmly occupies the top position. As a ghost, it is also a ghost with lofty ideals. In the meeting of the 12 ghost moons in which it participated, Lord Wu Xiao, even if he was not satisfied with them once, always thought that their lower string was only an inferior quality product of the upper winding, and even doubted whether the lower string was necessary. The hands of the upper string ghosts are stained with the blood of the ghost-killing team pillar, and the lower string ghosts have not even recorded killing the ghost-killing team pillar once. Mist wants to prove himself to Oni Maisuji no Miserable. Mist believes that now it is only the amount of Oni Maisuji's no miserable blood that limits it, and if it can get more blood, it does not have to be worse than the winding. The battle in the past few days has made the fog smell come to the strength of the ghost-killing team, but it is only such a conclusion. In the face of its poison, there is no resistance, and when it gets more blood and becomes more poisonous, it is confident that even if it is the pillar of the ghost-killing team, it will become a lamb to be slaughtered like the people of this team, and let it slaughter. Chapter 043. How sad, there is no Amitabha in the south, no Amitabha in the south. Sorrow left tears for them. It's strange, everyone seems to have been killed in their sleep. Asahi examined each body one by one, and each of them had only one wound on their body, their left chest. The expressions on everyone's faces were so calm, which made Asahi feel an indescribable sense of awkwardness. Body, so stiff. Sorrowful Yu said. Asahi also noticed that all the people killed did not have the slightest flexibility in their bodies, which was obviously counterintuitive. However, one thing is certain, it must be something done by a ghost. Everyone's heart has been gouged out, and the blood stains on the ground seem to have been dug out of the scene and eaten. 1, 2. There were 27 people in total. Among them was a samurai dressed as a general. There is no doubt that it is a good thing done by the supernatural ghost. It's poison, Asahi said. Sorrowful Yu Xingxian nodded, it's poison. It seems that the ghost who did this kind of thing has a blood ghost technique that emits poison that makes people lose consciousness. Gotta be faster. If it were normal, sorrowful Yuzingya would definitely bury the deceased properly and spend it for them, but now there is really no such time. This kind of poisonous ghost is not the most tricky, but it is definitely the type that gives the ghost killing team the most headache, and a slight carelessness may cause a large atmosphere of casualties. Perhaps, this ghost is the one suspected of being the 12 ghost moon in our target. Asahi said. I hope so. Sorrowful Songyu also responded. If not, so many powerful ghosts gathered together, but there would be a big mess. It is not uncommon for ghosts to kill each other, and it would not be good if there was a fight between them and it affected civilians. Ah! Save! Help me! In the bushes on the side, there was a sound of groaning, as if someone was heard. There are still people alive, perhaps witnesses of the ghost attack on the caravan, which is a bonus. And the appearance of the person calling for help, Asahi is also more and more familiar the more he looks at it. Isn't this the consul of the caravan he joined from Oyama Castle to Nara Castle? He still remembered his bare ass in winter, and it was really a coincidence, and he met him again when he came to Nara Castle again. The caravan consul looked a little strange, his whole body was puffy, and he had some difficulty breathing. Save! Save! His expression was extremely painful. The body of the caravan consul was already a little stiff, and he shook his head towards Asahi as he walked towards the sad way. The poisoning was so deep that at least the two of them couldn't pull him back from hell, and it was too late to send him to Nara City for medical treatment. I'll try it, whether I can survive depends on my luck. The surprise came suddenly and went suddenly. I thought that I could get some information about the ghost from the eyewitnesses. Asahi pressed his palm on the caravan consul, and the immortal road ripple rushed away. This is a ripple that stimulates the potential of the human body and speeds up self-healing. It can also improve the body's immunity and fight toxins, but the caravan consul is old and has been poisoned for a long time, so Asahi can only say that it depends on luck. Gradually, the caravan consul's expression became serene, and his breathing seemed to be much smoother, but Asahi still shook his head. Immortal Deo Ripple didn't save his life, it just made him suffer less before he died. Who attacked you? Asahi asked. Ghost, it's a ghost, grey skin, pointed fangs. Did you resist? Asahi asked again. I don't know, people, horses, all fell to the ground and convulsed. I felt wrong, just hiding to the side, seeing. Ghost. The caravan consul was out of breath, making people wonder if he would lose his breath in the next second. Is there anything strange about that before that? Asahi continued to ask. Strange? The air, so sweet, makes people some intoxicated. Ahem. Saying that, the caravan consul's eyes bulged and he grabbed Asahi tightly. Do you have any last words? It can be determined that the ghost who attacked this convoy did use poison, and it also relied on airborne poison gas to know the way of toxin transmission, so that they could make corresponding preparations on the way to pursue the other party. This is very useful information for Asahi and Sorrowful Island. Will it hand it over to my son? This sentence seemed to have exhausted all his strength and lost his breath. Let's go, Mr. Sorrowful Minjayu. Asahi took off the amulet on the caravan consul and rushed towards Nara Castle with Sorrowful Island overnight. What can a ghost who has just had a full meal do when he is energetic? Asahi and Sorrowful Yuzingyu can't imagine, running the breathing method, the movements of the two, like a ghostly figure, cut through a dark afterimage in the dark night, disappeared. As a premier city, Nara Castle is extremely bustling at night, and the lanterns hanging on both sides of the streets make the night as bright as the day. After entering Nara Castle, Asahi moved separately from the sorrowful Yuki, who went to contact the hidden of Nara Castle, while Asahi went to find the members of the ghost-killing team who were operating in Nara Castle. Have you heard, in the west of the city, someone has bitten several people on the street, which is really terrible. My husband, a member of the patrol, went to deal with this matter just now, not only biting several people, but also being bitten to death. What about that man, has he been arrested? No, nothing was found, as if the world had evaporated, except for the blood of one place. Since we haven't caught it, let's go home quickly. No, I can't buy it after tonight, Western Cosmetics. I finally managed to get the right to buy before the official sale tomorrow, and there is no such store in this village. There are quite a few rich wives in Nara Castle. Do you really think you can get a set of strong from them tomorrow? This Western Cosmetics are more monks and less meat. Asahi was not interested in their subsequent conversation, but he was also wondering whether to buy 2 sets for Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu. Western Cosmetics, listening to this name, the price will definitely not be low, but Asahi also saved a lot of money in the year of joining the ghost killing team. After all, Asahi is alone, running around all day to kill ghosts. There is no opportunity and not much money, and the rewards and subsidies from the ghost killing team have also been saved by Asahi. Thinking about it, Asahi has already come to the west of the city. Compared with the prosperity in the north of the city, the west of the city is much simpler. The south of Nara City is a slum, the north of the city is an aristocratic residential area, and the west of the city is an ordinary residential area. There is no bustling street like the north of the city, and now at this time, every family is sleeping with their lights turned off, and because of an injury incident that happened just now, it seems extremely silent, and there is not a single passerby at a glance. Asahi also expected that the ONI would choose slums and civilian areas as hiding places, and the reason why he went to the north of the city was also to find out the news, so that he would not wander around like a headless fly. But although I heard that the west of the city was suspected of hurting people, there was no one on this street, and Asahi had no way to start. In desperation, Asahi had to knock on the door to ask the surrounding residents, but no one responded to Asahi. Although I heard movement in the house, no one opened the door for Asahi to open the door. Speaking of which, just after a vicious attack, shouldn't there be patrols on the streets? The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. P.S. Big Chapter 2 in 1. Chapter 044. Asahi pulled out the Nikwe knife and prepared for various accidents, and then began an investigation in the Zikan area. Sweet. Unconsciously, the air seems to be filled with some kind of special charm. People can't help but breathe a few more breaths. There is a refreshing taste, very sweet. Instantly, Asahi had the feeling of turning himself into an addict. Ghost Evangelism? Asahi sinks into his body and feels the changes in his body. Breathing methods will not only give the human body great strength, but also allow users to have extraordinary perception and control of their own body, and can even achieve the effect of stopping bleeding through subtle manipulation. Sure enough, it's poison. Asahi opened his eyes and did not deliberately hold his breath, just as Otoko Uru Tenjin had a special anti-poison physique as a former ninja, and Asahi with ripple power in his body also had high resistance to toxins. The air is filled with a toxic mist that can paralyze the human body, but this has been killed by Asahi's powerful immune organs before it can fully function after entering Asahi's body. Asahi quickened his pace and walked towards the area where the sweetness was thicker. If his guess is correct, there should be members of the ghost killing team in the Zikan district, otherwise he can't explain the intelligence he heard before. The mad person left a blood trail and disappeared without a trace. A ghost with this kind of blood ghost art may not be very difficult in itself, but this ability is definitely unpreventable. Assuming that this ghost is the ghost they are looking for that has made multiple ghost killing team members lose contact and is suspected to be one of the 12 ghost moons, then everything has also been explained, accompanied by a poisonous mist that makes people have a strong desire to breathe. It is difficult to guard against. When did you get hit? What's going on, this ghost? A teenager dressed in the uniform of the Black Ghost Killing Team was hiding behind a pile of straw in a panic, watching his wrist holding the Nikawa knife tremble uncontrollably. and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Before he knew it, the chronic toxin was gradually taking away his strength and taking away his control of his body, and although he was already trying to breathe in full concentration, it was too late. Not good, not good. In this way, he will die in the hands of the ghost, and he who can't even hold the knife steadily, what confidence does he have to face the ghost? It's not that he hasn't encountered a ghost, but it's the first time he feels so powerless that you've lost before the battle starts. The slight sound of footsteps made one of his hearts hang, covering his mouth, and his body was constantly trembling because of panic or toxin invasion. Hide and seek, my favorite, but are you really sure you want to hide in my mist? The ghost fairy step with the lower string engraved in his eyes came to the alley where the ghost killing team members were hiding. This feeling of cat and mouse really made him want to stop. This crushing battle made it regain its self-confidence, and then it only needed to get more blood. My vampire technique, the mist of 100 flavors, covers a kilometer, and can gradually paralyze people's bodies, like rats that have eaten rat poison. The mist smelled a pleasant laugh, and the sound echoed in the alley more and more madly. If you don't run, it's really a chance at all, the little mouse of the ghost-killing team. With the rise of the tone, the mist rushed towards the straw pile. It had not said a word, although its blood ghost magic 100-flavor fog can spread 1 kilometer, but in fact the real effective range is only 100 meters, and it can feel where the 100-flavor fog within this 100 meters becomes thin, so as to confirm the location of the creature. The mist of Bayway 100 meters away is only slightly toxic, and has the effect of leading others to move towards the mist, that is, a bait to seduce prey. The pile of straw exploded, and a figure burst out of it, landed on the ground, and fell to the ground with a loss of gravity. This is the Nikawa knife. You rely on this knife to cut off our heads and kill us completely. Mistway picked up the Nikki knife scattered in the straw, and his expression became more and more arrogant. I have decided that every time I kill a person from the ghost-killing team in the future, I will use his knife as a trophy. You madman, don't you know how many people will be killed by this poisonous fog? The members of the ghost-killing team were curled up together because of their discomfort, their hands were covered around their waist, and gurgling blood was flowing out of the gaps between their fingers. Mist smell pierced his body with sharp minions, and even brought out a piece of flesh and blood. I'm a ghost. Mistway stepped on his head. Isn't it a vocation to kill? It's just a puppet created by Ghost Mai Suji Washi. What qualifications do you have to talk about the vocation? You are creatures that should not exist, and the vocation of our ghost-killing team is to kill you who should not exist. Who? The misty look changed, and the words in the eyes were unstable, and the cyan eyes kept scanning in the night, but they could not find the source of the sound in any way. Thunder breath one type thunderbolt flashed. The mist behind him was torn apart, but the mist smell was too late to turn around and defend. Blood demon technique, Barilla mist explosion. The fog smell burst out all over the body, and the two bud-like organs behind it ejected a strong white mist, and then this power fog smell jumped up, and it dodged the slash that went straight to its head. Not bad, but so what? Taking advantage of the mist-smelling body before he landed, Asahi consciousness sank like his legs, liberating the accumulated power. Thunder breath 4 type distant thunder. This is a move that moves quickly to approach enemies and swings their blades for high-speed slashes, and is best suited for attacking enemies in the air and at a distance. Fog burst. Mist breathes deeply and sprays high-pressure mist from his right shoulder, pushing himself through the air. Too slow. Although it did not cut off the head of the mist, it also cut off its right arm. Your eyes seem to have something engraved. After the fog fell to the ground, Asahi saw the word lower string that appeared in its right eye. So it is, the lower string of the 12 ghost moons. Then it seems that I have to use a little real skill, just use you to experiment, my mysteries. It's really fitting to use the 12 ghost moon as my Ai's debut opponent. This year, Asahi was not wasted. What's going on, this man? It's completely different from the other ghost killer team members it encounters. Between breaths, People can feel his strength. You. Could it be the pillar of the ghost-killing team? Although he had made a big statement, the ghost-killing team was just that, but for the pillar of the ghost-killing team, the fog smell also had to admit that it was a monster among humans. P.S. Same 2-in-1. Chapter 045. The ghost of the 12 ghost moons is more than enough than the upper and lower strings, so the strength gap of the ghosts is still very large, the same as the 12 ghost moons. The upper string is as stable as Mount Tai, but the lower string is destroyed by the column, which is why Ghost Mai Suji no Miserable said that the lower string is an inferior quality product of the upper string. Although it is stronger than ordinary ghost killer team members, he is not an opponent at all when facing the column. Many upper strings have also proposed to cancel the position of the lower string, and the lower string is the same as the 12 ghost moons. In the eyes of the upper string ghosts is a humiliation to them. If they encounter it, they may take the initiative to clean the portal. It seems to have reached the apex of the ghost, but in fact it is not up or down. No, but after cutting you, not necessarily. Asahi shook his head and said that he walked to the injured ghost killer boy, with a breathing method to strengthen his body. The misty poison did not cause him much physical damage, and it was still time. Immortal Road Ripple Rush Away. The young man of the ghost-killing team who fell to the ground only felt a stream of heat rushing in his body, which reduced the paralysis of his body, and the pain in his waist melted like ice and snow, and the whole person seemed to return to his mother's embrace, which was reassuring. Be careful, this ghost will use poisonous mist, it will gradually deprive you of your power. We are not opponents, go quickly. How to say, I am also a candidate for the column. Wouldn't it be too shameful to retreat without a fight in the face of the 12 ghost moon? Asahi shook his head and slashed backwards with the force of the twist at his waist, and the Nikki knife cut an arc in the air, dividing the air. Because it was night, it was difficult to notice, and a layer of white mist had enveloped the surroundings, making the surrounding scene appear blurry and gloomy. This knife, rolling the mist, where the golden blade passed, the white mist melted, and where the Nikki knife passed, the mist distorted, and a human figure appeared, and at the same time, the foggy figure located further away turned into a white mist. What? The mist smell didn't have time to be surprised, and the Nikki knife had already cut through its arm. It was at this time that the fog smelled that the air around Asahi was distorted by the heat wave. Thunder Breath 7 Type Thunder. This is a miracle produced by the combination of ripple breathing method and thunder breath, and the oxygen entering Asahi between breaths is burning violently, making Asahi's physical fitness step into a new dimension, and the rolling heat wave spreads around Asahi as the center, making people feel like they are around the fire. It is precisely because of the ripples that maintain the body that Asahi dares to use dangerous tricks. The mist smell didn't have time to react, and I saw a golden thunder falling from the sky, accompanied by a roaring thunder to cut its blood ghost technique. The mist of Barilla cut in half, and the invisible mist was broken. This is the origin of the name Ben Li. The power accumulated in his body was released, and the appearance of the Nikki knife cutting through the air was like thunder and lightning, and the sound of friction with the air was like a thunder fury. A trace of blood appeared between the misty foreheads, and then slowly spread to the whole body, and its whole person was split in half, but it was not dead. Even if their arms are cut off, their internal organs are shattered, their waist is cut off, or they are split in half, the unreasonable resilience and vitality of the ghosts will say that they are pulled back from the edge of hell, unless they are cut off by the Nikawa knife. This is 12 Ghost Moon. The young man of the ghost-killing team on the side was dumbfounded. The 12 Ghost Moons, this is the legendary Ghost Dance Suji's direct guards, 12 Ghost Moons. In front of the mist smell, he didn't even have the power to fight back, such a weird and powerful ghost, but in the hands of Asahi could not go for a round. This gap in strength made him stunned. It was split in half. What did Asahi say just now? He is a candidate for the column. In the future, Lord Pillar. This strength, worthy of the name. The young man glanced at the words on the uniform of the Asahi ghost-killing team, and the words on his body. It is clear that it is only a level difference, but the strength is a world apart, and this is the air of the column. P.S. I came back from drinking wine at noon, I had a bad headache, my head is now sober, and today there are only 2 more. Chapter 046. It's just, the 12 ghost moons are under the strings. Asahi corrected his words, if you encounter a winding, I can only run away with you with this move. So you have the confidence to beat the other party to say such a cool sentence. If I can't beat it, where can I talk so much nonsense? Asahi said. Abominable, abominable, abominable. Mist wanted to regenerate its body, but it only felt as if there was a flame attached to the wound, its body had no strength at all, and the burning pain from the wound seemed to be transmitted to its soul. Asahi's body has returned to normal, and this mystery really consumes a lot of Asahi's physical strength. Tell me what the hell you ghosts are chasing. Of course, there is a reason why Asahi did not kill it, and it is necessary to ask from its mouth the reason why the ghosts gather. Killing it can't solve the fundamental problem, kill a fog smell, and another fog smell will come, this time it's just a string 12 ghost moon, next time maybe it's a winding monster, then things will really be big. The devil told you. The fog smell is dead and does not say. Aren't you a ghost? Asahi said, taking the Nikwe knife from the severed left hand of the mist smell and returning it to its original owner. Don't want to find out anything from me, I planted it this time, but don't be too proud, compared with the monsters on the winding, we are just a group of ants on the string, and you are not much stronger than us, since you are a candidate for the ghost-killing team pillar, then sooner or later you will meet those adults, I will wait for you in hell. Mist struggled to squirm and crawl towards Asahi. Then I hope that you will go to hell as a human being, not a ghost. The golden light seemed to fall from the sky, and Asahi put the knife into its sheath, and picked up the companions of the ghost-killing team. Can you act on your own? No problem, you have more important tasks, don't delay time for me. Mr. Sorrowful You has also come to Nara, and is now exchanging information at the hidden station. If you meet Mr. Sorrowful You, tell him the information here. Asahi continued. Behind the Asahi sun, the 12 ghosts of the moon, the misty body is slowly dissipating, and its head has been cut off. I'll continue to investigate why the ghosts came together. Since the fog smell appeared in the Zikan area, that is to say, what they are looking for may also be in the Zikan area, and while the night is dark, they may encounter more ghosts, and Asahi also feels that time is urgent. Be careful, there may be more ghosts in Zikan district. Thanks. If you want to become a pillar, strength is the most critical, otherwise there will be no future Xiaozhu holding the knife for 2 months to become a pillar. Of course, Xiaozhu is the descendant of the breath of the starting breathing day, this point is also an important plus. In addition, if you want to become a column, you need enough merit. This is also what Asahi lacks now, but now, a ghost under the 12 ghosts and moons has brought a considerable feat, and at the same time proved Asahi's strength. Among the 9 pillars, in addition to the snake pillar, sound pillar, rock pillar, and wind pillar, they are the new generation of ghost-killing team swordsmen, and the rest of the pillars have been in their posts for many years, and they have been waiting for the juniors who can become pillars to appear, so that they can return to the field to become a cultivator and add more fresh blood to the ghost-killing team. After this mission, maybe he will transform himself into a thunder pillar. P.S. In fact, the performance of the 12 ghost moon strings is really so bad, not to say how weak they are, really not that strong, and then the lower strings are also the goods of the column Mysterious Seconds, no wonder it will be cleaned by the ghost dance Suji Wuxi himself. This kind of goods and the upper string together called the 12 ghost moons is too shameful. Chapter 047. When he becomes a pillar, the good teacher can also be completely at ease. Killing a 12 ghost moon and completing the last link of becoming a pillar, Asahi is not so excited. Becoming a pillar himself is a sure thing, even if he does not kill it, it is only a period of time at night to become a pillar. The number of ghosts, a lot. Asahi encountered 3 ghosts after crossing only one street, so how many ghosts are there in the entire Nishijo area? However, like the mist, every ghost refused to answer Asahi's question, and even if Asahi pressed him, he kept silent about who he thought of, showing a terrified expression. It's Oni Maisuji without misery. Only it can restrain this group of ghosts. In the body of the ghost, there is the blood of Oni Maisuji without misery, there is the will of Ghost Maisuji without misery, and any words that are exposed or involve Ghost Maisuji no misery will cause a backlash, and to say it is death. This has long been proven by the Ghost Killer team. When it comes to Oni Maisuji no misery, Asahi is increasingly curious about what they are looking for. From the available clues, it is inferred that the ghost is not pursuing something, but someone, or someone carrying something. And this person is now in the Zikan district. She must get a head start before the ghost finds her. Thunder's breath. With a thunderbolt flash, Asahi Ghost Killer is also the only one. While harvesting the life of the ghost, he is constantly searching. The movement of the battle. When Asahi arrived, a woman dressed as a noblewoman was holding the boy and crying, and across from her, a ghost was excitedly licking the blood stains on her fingertips. Now, it will be me who will be rewarded by Lord Wu Miserable. The ghost rushed towards the noble lady again. The body moved before the thought, and Asahi used the wall as a power point to cast the Thunder Breath Ichino-type Thunderbolt Flash, and used 5 thunderbolts in one breath to cross a distance of 100 meters, and cut off the head of the Oni in one fell swoop. The lady was glad that she was not saved, and her eyes looking at Asahi revealed fear. Asahi walked towards her, his expression gradually strange. You are ghost? It's worthy of being a ghost hunter, but I still can't hide it from you. It was said that her identity was broken, but the noble lady was quiet, as if she had resigned herself to her fate. She has almost exhausted her strength in the pursuit of ghosts, otherwise she would not have been forced into a corner by an ordinary ghost. Is this just a cannibalism of ghosts? Asahi can assert that it is not. Although he didn't hear what the ghost shouted, the expression on the face of the ghost that was killed by himself was not mixed with appetite, which was obviously abnormal, and a bold idea crossed Asahi's mind. The ghosts that have gathered, their target is you. Asahi raised his Nikki knife and said in an unkind tone. Yes. The lady admitted. Along the way, I don't know how many people have been implicated to bury the ghost hand, and she has no good impression of Asahi at all, but she can't just cut her off like that. As a ghost can be ordered to be hunted down by Ghost Maisuji no misery, this in itself is very strange. Ghosts are unable to resist Ghost Maisuji no misery, their life and death are also between the thought of Ghost Maisuji no misery. No matter where they run, they can be sensed by Ghost Maisuji no misery, and if they want to betray Ghost Maisuji no misery, they will also be torn apart by the blood of Ghost Maisuji no misery in their bodies. Asahi. Probably knowing her identity, in his memory, a figure gradually coincided with the noble lady in front of him, the ghost who appeared in the main chapter of the Ghost Slayer Blade, Zhu Shi. A ghost who broke free from the control of Oni Maisuji and was called a fugitive by the ghost. But even so, being arrested on such a large scale is a bit too exaggerated. Before the plot of Ghost Slayer Blade begins, what exactly did she do to make Ghost Maisuji not miserably angry? Just as Asahi was thinking, Sushi cut his palm, allowing bright red vermilion-like blood to flow into the mouth of the boy in his arms. The boy's abdomen was violently torn open, which was no longer the category that Immortal Deo Ripple Rush could treat, but it seemed that Zhu Shi had a way to save him. It couldn't be that she couldn't be. Do you want this boy to become a ghost? Asahi suddenly thought of one of the things that Suzuo did in the original book, creating ghosts. P.S. 3 changes today, tomorrow to make up, sorry. Chapter 048. Ghost, originally only Oni Maisuji is not miserable, and only it has the ability to create ghosts. But the emergence of Zushi broke this iron rule. The boy is not completely dead, and under the guidance of Zhu Shi, he drinks the blood, and then Zhu Shi launches his own blood ghost technique. Asahi does not disturb the process, and Suzuo seems to have forgotten that Asahi exists and focuses on using his own vampidemon magic. The boy's hair gradually changed color, and his body underwent subtle changes visible to the naked eye, most notably the healing of abdominal wounds. It worked. There was not the slightest excitement on Zhu Shi's face. "Have you transformed him into a ghost?" Asahi said. "No, I just gave him the possibility." Zhu Shi shook his head. "What if it fails? He's going to die." Laying the boy's body flat on the ground, Zhu Shi got up and bowed down towards Asahi. "As you can see, Oni Zhu Shi, I have seen your excellency." Asahi did not immediately kill her after learning the identity of her ghost, allowing Sushi to see the possibility of communication. Those who can join the ghost-killing team are either indoctrinated with the idea of killing ghosts as their own responsibility since childhood, or people who have been hurt by ghosts. In the face of ghosts, they will only do one thing: behead. And Asahi's performance is different from the ghost-killing team she remembers. Sasai gave her name and let Asahi confirm her identity, and sure enough, it was the person he remembered. "Why, Ghost Maisuji senseless will gather a large number of ghosts to hunt you down. Just because of the identity of the fugitive?" Asahi felt that otherwise, it was not a day and a half for Sushi to escape the control of Oni Maisuji. It had been 200 years, why was she not arrested on a large scale until today? You know, before this, the ghost-killing team has never had a record of such concentrated activities of ghosts. Therefore, there must be an unknown reason behind this ghost activity. Asahi glanced vaguely at the boy lying next to Zhu Shi, and also felt his changes, and the breath of life was gradually increasing. Could it be because of this matter? The creation of ghosts, but completely touched the authority of Ghost Maisuji no Misery, and it makes sense to be chased and killed by Ghost Maisuji no Misery. Ghost Maisuji no Misery will never tolerate the existence of the Pearl World. Maybe. There are already 12 ghost moons on the way here. Winding is the true henchman of Ghost Maisuji without tragedy. This group of ghosts is cannon fodder at best. Zhu Shi was about to answer, but when he thought of something, a trace of worry flashed on his face. Is the reason why he didn't kill her because of the answer to this question? If she told him whether she would be killed cleanly, Zhu Shi did not dare to gamble. At this time, the boy's body trembled slightly, and then he opened his eyes, revealing the same vertical pupils as the ghost from the hand of Oni Maisuji, and the canine teeth also evolved, becoming slender and sharp, with some of the characteristics of the ghost. The reason why Asahi did not recognize Suzuo's identity for the first time is also because of her appearance that is similar to that of humans, and if it were not for Asahi's extreme sensitivity to the breath of ghosts, I am afraid that she would also be expected by this appearance. This boy who became a ghost through the hands of Zhu Shi also retained more of his human appearance as a ghost, and only appeared slight ghost features. Who? Confusion flashed in the boy's eyes, and he was puzzled by his situation, but when he saw Zhu Shi, he instinctively gave birth to attachment. He slowly approached Zushi, clinging to Zushi's body to reveal a sense of satisfaction, and then with a slightly curious look, he looked at Asahi with a flawless look like a newborn baby, and he was dyed black after Asahi. The body signaled a crisis, and then something happened that even he could not explain. A wonderful force was released through his body, centered on him, the ground quickly turned white, the night turned into day, and looking left and right, he found himself in an endless white flower garden. It was the boy's vampire spell. The ghost who partnered with Zhu Shi in the original work? Indeed, in memory, although Zhu Shi was able to create ghosts, only one person succeeded. But what Asahi didn't expect was that he turned out to be a witness to this only successful case. Chapter 049. Before Asahi could tear apart this hypocritical world, Zhu Shi himself came out of the blindfold. The boy also seemed shocked by Zhu Shi's choice, and quickly pulled her back. "Don't stop me, Yoshiro." Zhu Shi shook his head at him. Yoshiro, is this my name? Yu Shilang was stunned. Why, you will know my name, what kind of relationship I have with you? We count it as friends. Zhu Shi said slowly. Yoshiro was the one who took her in after she fled into Nara Castle. When she was chased and cornered, it was Yoshiro who accepted her and helped her skip a disaster. Sushiro wanted to recover some physical strength. In order not to implicate Yoshiro, secretly left, but did not expect to be found by Yoshiro and chased up, and then the scene that Asahi saw. Yoshiro is injured by the pursuing ghost and is in danger, and is transformed into a ghost by Sasai. To be honest, Zhu Shi didn't know if his choice was the right one. Yoshiro was alive, but it's as a ghost. Then I can't watch you walk by. Yoshiro insisted, that person is too dangerous. Although I don't know what's going on, if we rely on this force, we can do it, and we can escape. Yoshiro said. Is it really that powerful? With the sound of Asahi's voice, Yoshiro was shocked to find that the whole world had become distorted, and it dispersed under the Asahi Heiwa knife like a curtain that had been lifted. Zhu Shi's expression did not change, probably expecting this result for a long time. It is true that the vampire technique that affects the five senses of others has great potential, but it's too immature. I think we can sit down and talk about the fact that we have a common enemy, and besides, I've never taken the initiative to harm anyone else. Zhu Shi said. After confirming Suzuo's identity and witnessing the birth of Yoshiro, Asahi has changed his mind, and he wants to cooperate with Suzuo, not as a ghost killer team, but as an individual. After all, it is impossible for the current ghost killing team to accept Zhu Shi. Yes. Asahi was decisive beyond Suzuo's expectations. Do you really believe that there are ghosts that don't eat people? Although it was a little inappropriate to say this sentence now, Zhu Shi still asked. In your body, I don't feel the slightest malice. Ghosts who have eaten people and ghosts who have not eaten people give people a different feeling. Of course, Asahi can't say, I've read the manga and know that you've been using money to buy blood to drink, and it's not the same person as Oni Maisuji. Thank you very much. Out of anticipation, Zhu Shi looked at Asahi with a touch in his eyes. Introduce myself again, my name is Suzuo, as you can see, a ghost, but unlike other ghosts, I am a ghost who broke free from the curse of Oni Maisuji and is called a fugitive, and this kid is probably the same as me. Zhu Shi said. The blood of Ghost Maisuji without misery in her body that broke free from the control of Ghost Maisuji has disappeared, and the blood of Ghost Maisuji misery contained in her body has become the Ghost Yoshiro, and naturally will not be affected and controlled by the will of Ghost Maisuji in the blood. Ghost Slayer, Asahi. Asahi introduced himself succinctly. Asahi-sama. Zhu Shi settled on the title. The conversation with Sasai was very brief, but Asahi also successfully reached a cooperative relationship with Suyo, and Asahi asked Suyo to do only two things: continue to study how to turn dying people into ghosts, and study how to turn ghosts back into humans. Thinking of the death of the butterfly Kane and Purgatory Kyojuro in the original work, Asahi also felt that he could not sit still, and Suzuo's research can be regarded as a kind of insurance. Of course, if the time is right, Asahi will also introduce Suzuo to the Ghost Killer team as the main delivery house. An hour passed after parting with Zhu Shi. Reinforcements from the ghost killing team came and began to surround and suppress the ghosts in the Zikan district. And the ghosts, after finding no trace of Zushi, became a group of headless flies. And from the mouth of the hidden members who also came to reinforce, Asahi learned an unexpected news, and the whereabouts of Sorrowful You are unknown. Chapter 050. The safety of the Sorrowful Island is naturally not to worry about Asahi. Asahi noticed what was hidden behind the disappearance of Sorrowful Yuki. What is there that has held back the footsteps of the sorrowful Sanjiu? It is useless to think too much, and there is no need for Asahi to care. Sensing the attack of the ghost-killing team and unable to find any trace of Zhu Shi, the remaining ghosts panicked one by one, and were deliberately driven together in a panic. And on this way, the ghosts are also ugly. In order to keep themselves alive, they do not hesitate to sneak up on the ghosts of their peers and let them support the ghost-killing team. In fact, this strategy did work. If there was no sunrise, they would have escaped some fish. But when I met Asahi, under the breath of Oilei and the seven-shaped thunder, one by one I drank and hated Asahi under the Nikwe knife. Thunder breath is good at explosive speed. In the running thunder mode, Asahi's speed has also entered a new dimension with the improvement of physical fitness. How can they escape the palm of Asahi's hand? The first rays of the morning sun broke through the darkness and descended on the earth, and after a night of toiling, the members of the ghost-killing team who had fought with ghosts all night also ignored the image or lay on the millstone or lying on the ground. Although it is possible to maintain an all-out state for a long time to fight ghosts who have no concept of fatigue or injury, it is obviously not something that everyone can achieve. On the bright side, all the ghosts have been killed, but there is no guarantee that there will be ghosts hiding in the shadows, waiting for the ghost-killing team to relax. Next, Yin will work with the members of the ghost-killing team to check some abandoned houses, basements, or dry wells in the West Town, and not let go of any ghosts. Asahi is clearly among them. As for Suzu and Yoshiro, Asahi is not worried about them. With Yoshiro's blood demon art as a cover, ordinary members of the ghost-killing team cannot find them. Then, Asahi called the hidden member who had been in contact with Sorrowful Yuzinyu and asked him when he last saw Sorrowful Yuzinyu. As soon as the front foot of the sad Yu walked, the ghost-killing team swordsman who Asahi rescued came to Yin. Asahi killed a 12 ONI moon. As a member of Kane, he was a member of the ghost killer team and naturally knew exactly what this represented, and the next time he saw Asahi again, maybe it was time to call him a thunder pillar. The new era of columns is slowly unfolding. The member of the hidden department who talked to Asahi sighed a little. He is also the old man of hidden. He has not yet joined the ghost-killing team in the rock pillar, and when the main birth house Shiki has just taken charge of the ghost-killing team, he joined the hidden team, experienced the era of the older generation of pillars, and the beginning of the new era, the birth of the rock pillar Sorrowful Yu. Pillars of sound, pillars of snake, pillars of wind. And then will it be a thunder column? He was also wondering if he should also look for an heir, although the reason why he joined Yin's people was because he did not have the talent of a swordsman, and at first he was bored with Kane's work and longed for the work of the ghost-killing team swordsman, but gradually, he also understood the importance of hidden. Without the ghost-killing team swordsman, the ghost-killing team cannot be called the ghost-killing team. Without hidden, the ghost-killing team is difficult to become a ghost-killing team. He felt compelled to pass on that belief. Stealth dealt with the aftermath, and Asahi ran towards Kitajo. Early in the morning, there were already vendors buying breakfast on the streets of Baikan, and Asahi bought a little food casually and waited in front of the shop selling Western cosmetics that he heard from a few wives last night. Early in the morning, there were already people lining up in front of the store. When the time came, but the door of the store was not opened, a young man came from the side. Due to some sudden events, we decided to postpone the sale for one day. This is the decision of the Oda Kirito family. It is not something I can change. Please come back tomorrow morning. The young man also knew that few ordinary people who could buy expensive Western cosmetics had a big temper, so he directly moved out of the main home behind him, the Oda Kirito family, the well-deserved head of the aristocracy in Nara City. And the effect is also obvious, although there are dissatisfaction, but they dare not show it, and they all leave obediently. Asahi walked towards him, and his gaze fell on his waist was the same amulet of the consul of the caravan outside the city. Little brother, this is the decision of the Lord's family, it is not something I can control, please forgive me. The young man thought that Asahi was going to trouble him, and quickly laughed. Just killed a lot of ghosts. Asahi now has a relatively strong smell of blood on his body, and inadvertently exudes a trace of fierce breath, which makes the young man's heart stagnate. The owner of this amulet, who are you? Asahi took out the amulet entrusted to him by the caravan consul. And when he saw this amulet, the young man's expression froze. P.S. Today restore 5 more updates, ask for collections, ask for tips, ask for flowers.